Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku became the #1 scientific hero part 2. Before we start, please go support FailedDragon for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 14. Hurry up, nerd. Boku Hero 1111. What do you mean? Izuku 2136. I mean we gotta get to school. Now hurry the buck up and get down here before I change my mind. Boku Hero 1111. Izuku smiled at his phone before putting his shoes on and racing downstairs. Bakugo was waiting for him in the doors to his apartment building, scowling at everyone who passed by. Izuku greeted his friend and the two made their way to the train station. So what are your classmates' quirks? Izuku asked, slowly pulling out his notebook as they sat down on the train. Of bucking course, Bakugo said in an almost amused tone. What? It could be useful information for the future, Izuku said defensively. Now start with Kirishima. Who? Bakugo asked doggedly. Izuku just sighed. Shitty hair, Izuku said quietly. Oh, him. He's got a hardening quirk. Skin turns hard as rock. Must be pretty strong too, cause he doesn't seem to be afraid of being hit by my blast, Bakugo said as Izuku's pencil scurried across the page. I wonder if there is a limit to how long he can hold it for. Does his weight increase as he hardens? Do his internal organs harden too, or just his skin? What about Dash? Izuku became a rambling mess as Bakugo rolled his eyes. You can do your stupid mumbling later. Do you want to hear about the other extras or not? Bakugo interrupted before Izuku could continue further. Right, sorry. Izuku apologized, embarrassed. Roundface has a quirk that can erase gravity on anything she touches, including herself. But she gets sick if she uses it too much. TSK, weak. Bakugo continued leaning against the window and staring at the ceiling. It erases gravity? That's so cool. And she can use it on herself? Can she use it to fly? Has she tried? Izuku questioned, writing it down excitedly. I don't think so. She can't really control the direction she goes in, she just floats there, Bakugo answered boredly. But with the help of a support item she could, Izuku said, pulling out his support notebook. I could alter the design of my anti-gravity shoes so that they could help her control her direction in the air. The jets wouldn't need to be very strong, just enough for her size. Izuku began a new page writing everything down. Bakugo leaned over his shoulder to look at the drawing. What does her hero costume look like, Kaken? Oh, it's white and pink, I think. Kinda space astronautish, I guess, he replied hesitantly. Izuku gave him a look that said all it needed to. Hey! I don't pay attention to these extras, okay? How am I supposed to describe something in detail I've only seen in passing? Izuku responded with a sigh and wrote down astronautish on the page. You better pay more attention today. Send me a picture of her current shoes if you can, Izuku said as they arrived at their station. The two left the train and began to make their way to UA, both disappointed to see the press was still lined at the gates again. Izuku sighed and followed behind Bakugo as he pushed the press and anyone else out of his way. Izuku apologized for him to every person caught in his path. When they finally made it through the gate, he let out a sigh of relief, glad the shoving and scowls were over. You could have been a little nicer to the students, Kaken, Izuku said as the two of them walked towards the first-year hall. They were idiots sucking in the attention of the press, and for what? It's not like the press is here to talk to them. The damn extras are just that, extras. All the press wants is information on Almight and a story to go with it, Bakugo sneered. Maybe so, but that doesn't mean it's okay to shove them like that, Izuku continued. Some of them were our seniors. Who cares? Bakugo yelled. They were weak anyway. Izuku gave up at that. There was nothing else he could say to Bakugo that would change his mind. The two separated when they came across their rooms. As Izuku entered his class, he saw Mei and many other students already seated at their desks. He greeted her and sat down, pulling out his support notebook and continuing the design for Bakugo's classmate. It wasn't long before Mei looked over his shoulder excitedly. Oh, I like that. How will it be controlled? A remote in each hand? Mei asked excitedly. Actually, have you read about the recent neurotechnology that can read signals made in the brain to control robots? Izuku asked as he began to draw a headpiece. Yes. The scientists who designed it live on island, right? Mei said excitedly, vibrating with every word. Well, apparently it's pretty easy to duplicate. I've looked at the blueprints before and I'm sure with the help of Mr. Higuri I should be able to do it, Izuku explained. Just then his phone vibrated and he looked to see Bakugo had sent him a picture of his classmate in her hero costume. He now understood what he meant when he said astronaut. Her boots were rather large, similar to the kind an astronaut would wear, and her helmet looked like it was inspired by one you would see in a sci-fi movie. Izuku redrew the shoes as boots that looked identical to the girls in the photo. He also drew her helmet and the headpiece that will read her brain signals pointing inside. He finally stopped his sketches when the bell rang and he was forced to put his notebook away. Every time there was a break, or Izuku finished his work early, he brought his notebook out and continued finalizing his design. He wasn't sure if it was right to build it without her permission or not, but when he asked Mr. Hyagri, he said a support scientist always uses a prototype when making a proposal. This could actually be good practice for you, Midoriya. If I give you all of our engineering class to work on this, when do you think you could have it ready? Mr. Higuri asked, looking over Izuku's design. Well, I'm not too sure. Testing the headpiece and connecting it to the jets will be the most difficult part, Izuku said. He looked over the design one more time. If you don't mind me working on it during lunchtime too, I can probably have it ready in a week. Power Loader seemed to like that answer. Perfect, meet me at the lab during lunch to get started. There is a microwave in there if you need to heat anything up, or you can quickly go to the cafeteria to pick something up from there. Can Mei-chan come too? Izuku asked before his teacher could leave. Of course, I'm guessing she'll have her own project to work on too. Mei did have a project to work on, in fact she had too many. Izuku's notebook was put to shame by the amount of support ideas Mei had. Her entire notebook was filled with ideas so over the place even Izuku had trouble understanding some of it. When Mei finally chose to work on electromagnetic soles, an idea she had from shoes that help with someone's footwork, Mr. Higuri seemed to be enjoying watching his two students run all over the lab searching for specific tools or materials they needed. He helped answer their questions, give pointers and stop one of them from blowing up the entire room. When the bell rang to signal the end of lunch, he told them to leave things where they were since they would return to it the second they got back with the rest of the class. So what's the name of the girl you're making the gear for? Mei asked as the two of them took their seats in class. Well, Round Face has a quirk that can erase gravity on anything she touches dash. I don't actually know her name, just her quirk and what she looks like, Izuku replied. When he looked over at Mei, she was trying to hold in her laugh. It's not funny. She's in my friend's class and he told me about her quirk, okay? Izuku flushed red as some of their classmates took notice. It's just so funny that you know all the P properties of her Q quirk, but not her N name. Mei breathed out. Alright class, time to make our way over to the lab. You'll be starting your first project today. I will answer any of your questions, but I will not be picking your item or designing it for you. Let's go, Mr. Higuri called out. The class followed him to the lab and Izuku and Mei were quick to get back to work. Izuku took the time to watch Mei and was amazed by her passion. You two really are good at this. Izuku turned to see one of his classmates. A shorter boy with brown hair was watching them, a blank paper still in front of him. Oh, thanks. I interned at Masuda & Co. all throughout middle school. They taught me a lot of the basic skills you need in support. Are you struggling picking an idea? Izuku asked, trying his best to be friendly. Why yeah, I don't really know where to start, his classmate responded. I like redesigning items already done, like grappling hooks or basic weapons. Then you can look up a blueprint of the original and edit it to work with your idea, Izuku offered. That actually helps, thanks. The rest of the class went well. Izuku helped his classmate, Takahashi, whenever he asked him a question. The two of them were getting along well, though Izuku could tell it was more likely they wouldn't become close since Takahashi was so hesitant to talk to him when their other classmates were around. At the end of the day, Izuku waited once more for the business in the hallway to die down before exiting the classroom. Bakugo was waiting for him at the gate, and the two of them made their way to the train station. Thanks for the photo, I was able to start working on the boots and headpiece during engineering, Izuku said as they walked along. Headpiece? Never mind, I don't want to know, Bakugo said as they turned. I'm not surprised you started them though, you didn't show up in the CAF at lunch. Oh yeah, sorry about that. I should have texted you, Izuku said guiltily. TSK, I don't care. It's not like I was waiting for you, idiot. Izuku just smiled. Still, anyway, Mr. Higuri let Mei-chan and I work in the lab during lunch. It was so cool. They have everything you need in there, Izuku continued. And Mei-chan is really smart. Her ideas put me to shame. Bakugo made a face somewhere between fear and disgust. You mean there's someone worse than you out there? Bakugo said disbelievingly. Hey! Not funny, Kaken! Izuku said as he smacked his friend's arm. Bakugo continued to laugh as the people around them looked at them. Seriously though, it's still hard to believe, though I don't think I want to find out for myself anytime soon. Bakugo continued. Did you still want the quirks of all the other extras? You mean your classmates? Yes, please, Izuku smiled. That night, Bakugo stayed at the Midoriya apartment all evening explaining the quirks of the rest of his classmates, and listening to Izuku's rambling about their potential uses and specialization. I really want to see what kind of gear they are using. Hey Kaken, you don't think you could dash? I am not taking any more damn photos, Deku! Bakugo yelled before Izuku could finish. Fine. I'll just have to sneak into one of your classes. Maybe I should wait until I get the support gear for Wait, what's her name? I need an actual name, not round face this time, Izuku asked as he turned to look at Bakugo. I don't know her real name, Bakugo answered determinedly. That's a lie, Kaken. I know you like giving nicknames, but you know people's real names too, Izuku said just as determined. Ugh, fine. It's Uraraka or something, Bakugo answered begrudgingly. Thank you, so once I finish Uraraka's boots, maybe I can bring them to one of your classes for her to test out. If she wants to, of course. I hope she doesn't get mad at me. She won't, Deku. If anything, you should worry about the others wanting you to make stuff for them too, Bakugo commented. Are you kidding? That would be so cool, Izuku said excitedly. Of course, Bakugo sighed. I've got to go before the old hag gets mad. See you tomorrow, Deku. Bye, Kaken, Izuku said before plopping back down on his bed. He reread the quirks of the students of Class 1A before giving them all their own page in his notebook. He added small notes of what he knows. Chapter 15. Izuku held true to his promise and within a week had produced a working prototype of the director jets. He had also added gloves with small jets to the group after he asked Mei to test them. She had found it difficult to balance herself when there were only jets on her feet. There were some things he knew may need to be adjusted, like the size of the boots, gloves, and helmet. He had used Mei's measurements since, as far as he could tell, she was of similar height to Uraraka. He'd also made sure the gloves were fingerless so it wouldn't affect the use of her quirk, at least he hoped it wouldn't. It was one of those things where a conversation with the person meant to use the gear would have come in handy. Lifting the case with his new creation in hand, Izuku walked to the classroom and placed it on his teacher's desk. Mr. Hyaguri gave him an excited look and opened the case to give it a final once-over. Well done, Midoriya, Mr. Higuri complimented. Class, it seems we're ready to watch our first pitch later today. The class murmured excitedly as Izuku blushed. P-pitch? Izuku stuttered. Wait, the whole class is coming? Izuku had known that Mr. Hyaguri had spoken with Mr. Aizawa, 1A's homeroom teacher, to set up a time where Izuku could give Uraraka his support prototype. The teacher had insisted Aizawa and him were present, but that's all Izuku thought would be there. It was a completely different case if his whole class was gonna be watching and judging him. Not just us, but 1A too. I know you don't like public speaking, Midoriya, but this is an important part of the support field. You need to know how to get your ideas and reasons across to a large group, Mr. Higuri explained. And don't worry, the rest of the class will all have to do the same thing with their own prototypes when they're finished. May will be doing hers tomorrow, and Lunch Rush offered to be her target audience. So, I'm not the only one having to do this. Just the first, Izuku clarified. Exactly, and you have until after lunch to get your ideas written down, which I bet you already have. Mr. Higuri encouraged further. This statement was true. Izuku had spent much of his time at home writing, editing, and rewriting a proper pitch. He was even able to prepare a slideshow that included pictures of his prototype and references to other support gear similar to his own. Though, he doubted that would be necessary to use for an informal pitch. Okay, I guess that works then, Izuku finally said. He returned his teacher's smile and made his way to his seat. This is so fun! You're gonna have so many people looking at your babies, Mei said excitedly. Izuku turned to her and immediately smiled. You'll be extra excited to hear tomorrow's your turn then, Izuku commented and laughed as Mei did in fact get more excited. He hadn't thought it to be possible for someone to look so happy about the idea of public speech. Though, he knew it was more the attention on her babies that she was excited about. My electromagnetic saws are gonna knock the socks off of everyone watching, Mei said excitedly. Their conversation was interrupted when Mr. Higuri began his lesson. To Izuku's dismay, the morning went by fast and his nerves only escalated as his time drew near. Mr. Hyagri and Mei helped him set up a building and ground beta for his presentation. Mr. Higuri said that it was easier to be somewhere where both classes could fit inside and the outdoors were suited for a demonstration. Mr. Aizawa also arrived to make sure everything was set up, and Izuku took the chance to ask him a question that was bugging him. Sir? Izuku said as he tapped the hero's elbow. Mr. Aizawa turned and raised an eyebrow. Is Uraraka okay with this? I don't want to embarrass her. Don't worry, kid. She doesn't even know she's the one being pitched to. Aizawa's answer did not comfort him at all. What? Izuku said, panicked. I decided it was best if the class didn't know who was being pitched to or who was doing the pitching. That way they wouldn't try to find out what the pitch was before today. In fact, they didn't know a pitch was happening until this morning, Aizawa explained. It's also good for a hero to hear it from the support engineer or scientist that they have a pitch for them, Higuri cut in. And I'm sure Mississippi Uraraka will be honored to be pitched to. Mr. Higuri let Izuku and Mei stay in the building to finish setting up and give Izuku some space as he and Mr. Aizawa went to retrieve the two classes. 1H arrived first, and Izuku was happy to receive lots of encouragement from his classmates. Throughout the week they had slowly become more comfortable with Izuku and Mei. Especially after Izuku had helped the majority of them in some way with their prototype designs. When Class 1A arrived, both classes seemed to be eyeing up the other. Mr. Aizawa and Mr. Higuri both stood next to Izuku and told both classes to take a seat. Izuku saw that Uraraka had sat near the back next to a tall boy with glasses, who he remembered was named Ida. Taking a deep breath, cause he knew either teacher would help him, he called out. Uraraka-san? Can you please come sit at the front? He watched as an immediate blush came to her face. She obviously was not expecting to be the one to receive the pitch. Many of her classmates began encouraging her, especially Ida, Kirishima, and a girl he remembered as Mina. I expect all of you to pay attention and be respectful to Midoriya. I'm sure Mr. Higuri has assigned an assignment to 1H about this presentation, and I plan on doing the same for 1A. Mr. Aizawa said in a monotone voice that gave Izuku the shivers. Aizawa turned to him and gave him a small nod before taking his seat next to Uraraka and Mr. Higuri. Hello Uraraka-san, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and with your permission I would like to pitch a support gear idea to you that I believe would help you in your hero training. Izuku began. He waited for Uraraka to give her permission, and she seemed especially embarrassed when she realized. Oh, of course, she exclaimed. Izuku smiled with a small blush as he opened the case next to him and showed his first slide. My support prototype is called Director Jets, Izuku began. They include a pair of space boots with 4 small jets, 2 on the bottom of each sole, 2 fingerless gloves with 1 jet on each palm, and a similar helmet to your own, except with a headpiece across the forehead. Izuku waited for everyone to get a good look at them before continuing. Your quirk allows you to erase gravity on any object you touch, including yourself, but you are unable to control the direction you float. This is where the director jets come in use. Izuku took another deep breath before showing the next slide. When in the air, you can control the jets to push you in the required direction. The strength of the jets can be altered by a small button on your left glove. Izuku took a moment to look at Uraraka. She was smiling, and Izuku took that as a good sign as he continued. The jets themselves are controlled by your own thoughts. At this, all of 1A and some members of 1H were either shocked or confused. Wait, what? Called out Kaminari. Is he for real? Asked Zero. A stern look was given to the group of students by Aizawa, and their questions were hushed. Let me explain, Izuku said with a small chuckle. He pulled up the next slide that had a picture of the helmet and the original Neuro headband. Recently, a team of scientists on island designed a headpiece that could be connected to another piece of technology it could control. It works by receiving brain signals and sending them in the form of codes to make demands. Izuku gave them a second before the next slide. Here is a video of them using it to make a toy car go in a circle. On the screen next to the man is a visual representation of the signals the headpiece is receiving. Izuku pointed to the screen and then to the man's headpiece. Instead of controlling a toy car, though, you will be able to control which jets are being used and for how long. Izuku said directly at Uraraka. Focus on her, she is the one you are trying to convince. It will take a bit of practice at first, but that is expected with any support gear. He continued. I have also used an earlier design to implement the absorption of kinetic energy as you walk. This means that the boots will absorb energy with every step you take, and then use it to release the air in the jets. Though this also means if you use it too much without a sufficient amount of energy, the jets will stop. He quickly went to the next slide to not lose her. This is why I added a warning signal that will warn you plenty of time in advance so you can alter your approach to the situation, Izuku said as he pointed to the red light next to the button on the left glove. Make a good conclusion. Overall, the director jets would make your motion and range in combat and other situations much higher. This could prove its use when you need to make the space between yourself and a villain larger or you need to reach a group of civilians quicker, Izuku said, looking directly in Uraraka's eyes and doing his very best not to let his face go the complete color of a tomato. And with your permission, of course, I would love for you to try them out outside and in a safe environment. Uraraka immediately smiled brighter. Yes, please, she exclaimed. Izuku smiled and Mr. Aizawa began to lead the students outside while Mr. Higuri helped Izuku pack the gear and bring it with him. He brought the case to Uraraka and laid it down flat, bringing the boots out first. I hope they fit all right, if not I can alter them for you, Izuku said as she tried them on. Wow! They fit great! They're actually comfier than my current ones, Uraraka said with a smile. Izuku couldn't help but smile and blush at the comment. When Uraraka had all the gear on, Izuku led her to where they had safe mats on the ground. Reaching up to her headpiece, he turned it on. Controlling the jets isn't too hard. All you need to do is think which jet you want activated, but controlling the pressure is a little harder. You can adjust the pressure midair using your forefinger. I would start out small, Izuku directed before taking a step back. Float and then direct yourself towards me. Uraraka activated her quirk. She floated in the air for a second, seeming to catch her breath before activating the jets on her feet, directing herself at Izuku. The pressure of the jets were good, but unfortunately she kept them on for too long, and she slammed into Izuku. He quickly caught her and twisted so she swung a little but neither fell. Oh my gosh! I'm so sorry! Uraraka apologized. Izuku blushed and slowly released her wrists. Uraraka mimicked his blush and held her face, trying to hide it. It's alright, Izuku said as he stepped back again. It takes time. Try again, this time have the jets on for a smaller amount of time. You want just enough push to reach me. Uraraka lowered her hands and took another breath. This time she was pushed forward and slowed before reaching Izuku. He caught her wrists again and smiled. That's it, Izuku encouraged. Now try going up using your feet and coming back down using your hands. Uraraka followed his directions and tested it out with good results. This is fun, Uraraka said. Just then the light on her left glove blinked and a small beep could be heard. That's the energy warning, Izuku said. Uraraka returned to the ground with a smile on her face. I guess that concludes Midoriya's presentation, Mr. Higuri said. Uraraka, it is up to you whether you do end up adding Midoriya's director jets to your hero costume. I would really like to, Uraraka answered quickly. She turned to Izuku and then asked, Do you think you could help me train to use it for a little while? I understand if you're busy. No, it's okay, Izuku said with his hands raised. I'd love to help in any way I can. Okay, 1A, it's time to get back. I expect you to be in your seats and ready to learn by the time I return, Mr. Aizawa called out. His students quickly made their way to their classroom, all murmuring excitedly. Izuku and Ida helped Uraraka out of the gear before the two 1A students left to join their class. 1H helped put everything back to the way it was. Everyone had to carry something back to the school and Izuku was happy to help carry the heavier items, knowing he was one of the more athletic students there. You did good, Izuku-en, Mei said energetically as they walked back. Thanks, Mei-chan, Izuku smiled. It felt good to have such an enthusiastic response to his pitch. He knew it wouldn't always be that way, but he would be happy when it did. Just as they were taking their seats, an alarm went off and Izuku couldn't help but cover his ears. The loud siren continued to ring as Mr. Higuri told the class to stay calm. Guys! Look! Izuku turned towards the window where Takahashi was leaning against the window. Izuku joined his classmates and saw a large group press were on the grounds. That must be why the alarm's going off, Izuku said. Stay in the room, I'm going to go help some of the other teachers shoo him away, Mr. Higuri said as he left the classroom. Izuku turned to look at the front gate. How the hell did they break down the gate? Chapter 16. Izuku was amazed by Mei's pitch of her electromagnetic saws. One thing he knew for sure afterwards was she had a way with selling a product. Not only was she convincing, but she answered all the questions directed her way. Izuku wasn't sure how well he would have done if Uraraka had been like Lunch Rush was being, constantly asking for explanations and making sure Mei kept on her toes. You're a natural, Mei-chan, Izuku complimented as the two made their way to the cafeteria. You talk so confidently. I wish I had that talent. You have other talents, Izuku-en, Mei said as they rounded a corner. Midoriya, Hatsum. The two turned after hearing their names being called. Aizawa stood in the doorway to the staff room holding a stack of papers. I'm glad I caught you. Here. Izuku and Mei took a paper each and looked down to see a permission form to leave school grounds. Izuku looked up confused. Where are we going? He asked. You're coming with 1A on a training day at the USJ. We were hoping you two could help by playing the role of citizens during some of the scenarios and also helping Uraraka train with her new gear, Aizawa answered. The USJ, Izuku said excitedly. Yes, that's what I said, Aizawa answered. Izuku looked down and began to read the form, seeing that half day had been crossed out and replaced with full day. We'll be there all day? He asked, looking up at the hero. Originally it was only a half day, but there was a last-minute shift in the schedule. Make sure you bring back those forms tomorrow morning. We'll be leaving first thing on one of the school's buses, Aizawa said before dismissing them. Izuku looked over at Mei excitedly to see she shared the same look. The two quickly picked up food from Lunch Rush and made their way back to class, Izuku taking the time to wave to the students of 1A before leaving. He felt bad that he had yet to eat lunch with them, but before he was too busy working on the director jets, and today he had a math project that needed finishing. Do you think they'll let us bring some of our babies tomorrow? Mei asked as they sat down. Izuku hummed as he looked up at the ceiling. It wouldn't hurt to ask. I have a few gadgets that could help in rescue scenarios, but they probably have their own equipment at the USJ. That they do, their teacher said as he entered the room, carrying in his lunch tray. Izuku smiled as he sat down and looked at the two. But I will get you both permission to bring two things with you on the trip, as long as they're ones that have been completely tested and have no issues. Oh, I got to pick which ones to bring. Mei beamed as she went to the back of the class. She opened her locker and began sorting through all of her completed works. Izuku shook his head and brought out his math project. Sir? Can I ask you a question? Izuku said as he looked up. Mr. Hyaguri nodded, and he continued. How did the press break the gate? The question had been bugging him since the incident occurred yesterday. People who work in the press aren't always the brightest, but they couldn't be so dumb as to use their quirk without permission in a public space. Especially on a hero school. The fact that the attack was on Yue was also concerning. There were lots of people, villains specifically, who had reason to attack Yue. But if it was a villain who helped the press break the gate, what did they want? The look on Mr. Higuri's face made Izuku feel his suspicion just might be right. Midoriya, Mr. Higuri said seriously. You know I can't tell you the details of an ongoing investigation. Izuku lowered his head slightly. You're right, I'm sorry, sir. Izuku apologized. He looked up again, keeping eye contact with his teacher. Can you at least tell me if there's reason for us students to be concerned? Izuku had spent over an hour convincing his mother that everything was fine and that there was no reason to worry last night. He at least needed to know if that was a lie. I can tell you this, Principal Nizu is not about to sit around and let something like that happen again. And you've probably already learned that Nizu will not stop till a project is finished. Izuku smiled at that. Izuku has only seen the principal once since his first meeting with him, and he could already tell the principal was a determined one. Thank you, sir, Izuku said. Mei returned to her seat murmuring about how she decided on her wire arrow and jetpack. I think I'm gonna bring my anti-gravity shoes and signal catcher dot. Yee-yi. This is exciting. Izuku heard a chuckle leave his teacher, and he couldn't help but do the same. There was something about his friend that brought a smile to his face every time they were together. In just over a week, the two had become close and Izuku had actually stopped blushing when she got too close. Okay, now we better get to work on this project, Izuku said and turned his attention to his page. Lord knows what ectoplasm would do if we didn't complete it. Izuku came to realize that Bakugo and the rest of 1A did not know they were going to USJ. When Izuku arrived at the Bakugo house and asked if Bakugo was excited for the day, his answer was, Huh! Why would I be? I gotta deal with those extras, the same as always. Izuku kept himself from saying anything else, remembering that Mr. Aizawa seemed to keep things from his class until the last possible moment. He merely just shrugged and smiled, walking to the train station with his friend. When he arrived at school, he quickly went to his classroom and switched his sneakers for the anti-gravity shoes and placed the signal catcher in his pocket. Mei arrived not too long after him, and she quickly grabbed her items as well. Izuku offered to carry her jetpack for her, but she insisted on wearing it. Ah, good to see you're ready. Izuku turned towards the door and immediately beamed as he saw 13 enter the room. Eraserhead wants to discuss a few things with 1A before leaving, so I'll be taking you two over to the USJ. Izuku and Mei shared excited looks as they followed the rescue hero to a black van. Do you mind if I ask you some questions on the way? Izuku asked as he and Mei took their seats in the back. I would love to answer your questions, Midoriya, 13 answered. Are they for your notebook? Izuku froze, midway through retrieving his notebook from his bag. 13 saw this and let a small laugh escape. Izuku smiled as his face turned a bright red and began his questions. He was happy that 13 answered them all without hesitation, and by the end of the trip, he had 2 pages dedicated to the hero. Wow, thank you 13, Izuku said as he put away his book. No problem, I'm glad to see how much you've progressed throughout the years. Do you still want to focus on hero costumes over support gear? 13 asked as they entered the building. Izuku faltered as they entered, captivated by the landscapes around the dome. When he finally remembered he was asked a question, he stumbled out an immediate apology. I love designing things for specific people, especially costumes and personalized gear. So it is my main focus, though I'm just hoping to be able to help heroes in some way, he answered, truly thinking about his answer. Deep down, He still wished he too could have been a hero, but he knew it wasn't something he could be. The support field was the closest he was going to get other than police work. Behind the flood zone is an equipment room. Can the two of you retrieve the life jackets and other water rescue supplies? 13 asked. Of course. Do you want us to just gather at the entrance of the flood zone or? Izuku asked. 13 confirmed and Izuku and Mei made their way down. The storage room was easy to find and they quickly found the section full of water rescue equipment. Izuku made a T-pose and looked over to Mei. Start putting life jackets on me. Let's see how much will fit, he said excitedly. Mei giggled before piling life jackets and lifesavers on Izuku. Once there was as much as would fit, Izuku wobbled out before dropping the items at the flood zone's entrance. Mei followed him carrying some supplies as well and the two continued until they had wiped the water rescue section clean. Maybe we should organize all this too, Mei said as they looked at the large pile. Yeah, Izuku replied. I think that would be best, especially before Aizawa sees this. Both shivered at the thought. There was something especially intimidating about the underground hero and Izuku was sure he would not like to arrive to see the mess in front of them. Once they had everything organized, they looked over to see 1A being led down by 13 and Aizawa. Kaminari and Kirishima began waving energetically as they saw Izuku and he returned it with a small wave himself. Unlike them, Bakugo was glaring at Izuku and approached him immediately while 13 began to discuss how they would be taking turns. You knew, he drew out. Izuku blushed and nodded. You knew and you didn't tell me. At first I thought you knew, Izuku whispered. Now shush and listen. Bakugo made a humph noise but turned and listened as 13 discussed how everyone would get a turn being a rescuer and a civilian in distress. Midoriya? Izuku's head shot up at hearing his name being called. The entire group of students looked between him and 13 curiously. Would you mind making the groups based on your analysis on them so far? 13 asked. Izuku immediately began looking around, searching for the best answer. Strongest in the flood zone based on quirks and abilities, Ajui, for obvious reasons, Yaoyorozu, Todoroki, Shoji and Bakugo. Weakest, Kirishima, whose quirk would make him sink when activated, Kaminari, Hagakure, Koda, since there are no animals here, and Jiro. Team 1, Ajui, Kaminari, Uraraka and Sato. Team 2, Todoroki, Hagakure, Ojiro and Siro. Team 3, Yaoyorozu, Kirishima, Ashido and Tokoyami. Team 4, Bakugo, Ida, Koda and Mineta. Team 5, Shoji, Jiro and Aoyama. Izuku listed. 13 and Aizawa seemed to have no concerns and they began setting up. Izuku thoroughly enjoyed watching the civilians in the water scream in fake fear. His favorite was definitely Ida, who splashed around maniacally as Sato tried to pull him back onto the ship. Izuku helped 13 and Aizawa guide the rescue group as well as yell out random obstacles for them to go around. His favorite was when he got to yell overprotective mom, and Mei would proceed to flip out and act like one of the civilians was her baby. The two who seemed to have the most difficulty were Bakugo and Mineta, at least in Izuku's opinion they did. No matter how hard his friend tried, he always lost his temper and ended up yelling at the civilians. That's something we'll have to work on. Mineta focused too much on the girls and being the prince who'd save them that he ended up tripping and falling off the boat. It was funny to watch as his own team had to rescue him, though it irked Izuku to watch Mineta try to get close to Ashido and Yaoyorozu. Luckily, Dark Shadow stood as a barrier in his way. Midoriya, Hatsum. Izuku turned to see Aizawa walking towards them. Could you two start putting the equipment back in the storage room? Once this group is done, we'll be moving over to Ruins Zone. Of course. Izuku answered as he and Mei began grabbing as much as they could. The Ruins Zone would be a great opportunity for me to show 13 and Eraserhead my signal catcher dot. Oh, that would be neat. Is it battery powered? Or do you charge it like a phone? Mei asked as they worked. Izuku answered all her questions as they walked back and forth from the storage room and back. Chapter 17. Wow, Mito bro! That device was really neat, Kirishima said as the group made their way to the central plaza for lunch. Thanks, Kirishima, I'm glad you liked it. Izuku said as he sat on the side of the fountain with Mei. He smiled at Uraraka, who took the seat next to him, a small blush creeping up on his face. And Mr. Aizawa said that we could do some training after lunch with the director jets. That's if you want to, of course. I'd love to. There should be plenty of energy stored in the boots by now, Uraraka said with a smile. Izuku nodded and opened the bento his mother packed for him. Izuku ate quietly as he listened in on some of the others' conversations. Most seemed to be discussing the events of the morning's training, but Kaminari and Ida got into a heated discussion about whether it was okay to drink the water in the fountain or not. It's water! You're supposed to drink it! Kaminari yelled as he approached the fountain. The ocean is made of water, a puddle on the ground is water, but you don't drink those, Ida said pointedly. What's wrong with ocean water? Kaminari asked, and everyone turned to look at him in either shock or disgust. For Izuku it was both. Please tell me you do not drink water directly from the ocean, Yaoyorozu said as she held her head. She looked pained at the thought. Oh, come on, guys. It may taste a little funny, and sometimes you might get a tummy ache, but it's not that bad, Kaminari said defensively. Izuku shook his head as he continued to listen as Yaoyorozu and Ida both began telling him the dangers of drinking salt water and the dangers of drinking water that hasn't been properly cleaned. Deku! Izuku turned to see Bakugo approaching. Did Aunt Inko send any macaroons? Izuku nodded and handed one over. Bakugo nodded and went back to his spot, far away from the group. Deku? Uraraka asked curiously. Oh, it's a nickname Kaken gave me when we were kids. Izuku blushed as he explained. Uraraka seemed to think for a second before nodding. It kind of sounds like you can do it, it's kinda cute, she said with a smile. Can I call you Deku? Sure, Izuku said, his whole face turning a bright red. She said it's cute. Izuku stood and walked towards the teachers who were on the other side of the fountain. Stopping a little ways away, he waited for them to notice him and 13 beckoned him forward. Sorry, thought I'd ask if you wanted me to start getting any equipment out, Izuku said as he approached the two heroes. That's very thoughtful of you, Midoriya, 13 said. We'll be going to the conflagration zone next, if you don't mind. Izuku smiled and nodded before he walked towards the storage room. Wait up, Izuku-in! Mei yelled as she rushed to catch up. Izuku stopped and waited for her before continuing. What are we getting now? The rescue equipment for the conflagration zone, Izuku said as they entered the room. This one should be interesting. Poor Ajiri has a big disadvantage though. That's true, I said as they looked around the room. Who do you think has the biggest advantage? Hard to say, Izuku said as he picked up a ripped rope. No one in the class has a water quirk. Todoroki's ice is the closest to one, but it would just melt before he could do anything. Found the conflagration section, Mei said. Izuku walked in her direction but faltered when he saw the shelves. There's barely anything here, Izuku said as picked up the lone fire-resistant suit. He quickly picked up the booklet to check the stock numbers. There should be 25 suits, but there's only one. Check the back to see if anyone signed them out for quirk training, Mei said as she looked at the water hose. Izuku turned to the last page to see it was blank. Blank, he said and closed the book. Let's go tell 13 and Aizawa. Wait. Look at this welding piece. Isn't it amazing? It obviously isn't from the original design. I wonder if Higuri-sensei did it, Mei said as she held up the water tank backpack. I wonder if it was to reduce the water pressure so students didn't cause any harm if they accidentally hit someone during training. Izuku mumbled as he looked at it. When he was inches from touching the piece of metal, yelling could be heard from outside the door. Izuku-in, what was that? I don't know. Izuku slowly made his way to the door. The yelling did not sound like the excited cheers of teenagers. Instead, it was the sound of 1A screaming and adults laughing. Izuku slowly opened the door and looked around. To his left, Izuku saw dark figures roaming the downpour zone. To his right, he saw a number of figures in the water of the flood zone, all surrounding the shipwreck. And right in front of him in the central plaza, Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei fighting a large group of villains. Izuku took a sharp intake of breath. Villains. Izuku felt Mei next to him and heard her also breathe in sharply. He quickly closed the door and pulled out his phone, attempting to call for help. No signal, Izuku said frustratedly. Same, Mei said as she put away her phone. And our only escape route is through the fighting. Izuku looked around hectically. He saw a pile of old pipes, probably from a restoration of the flood zone, and quickly picked up one. What are you doing? Mei asked, slightly concerned. You're right, there's only one way out, Izuku said. And if my guess is correct, the rest of the students are currently fighting off villains just like Aizawa. We are the only ones who can escape and get help. Izuku opened the door and took another sweep of the area. He turned to Mei to see her hesitating to follow. He walked towards her and placed both hands on her shoulders. Mei, we gotta do this, he said seriously. We gotta help them. Mei took in a deep breath before nodding. What's the plan? We're gonna slowly make our way towards the stairs. I doubt anyone in the downpour will be able to see out, but we gotta keep in mind the villains in the flood zone and the central plaza. If someone does see us, I will distract them and you use your jetpack and get help, Izuku said. Izuku-kun, you are not fighting villains, no way, Mei said seriously. Neither one of us have a quirk that would help in combat, but I have at least sparred with Kaisen. At least it's something, Izuku argued. We're wasting time, we gotta go. Izuku quickly dragged Mei towards the door, keeping her behind him as they made their way towards the center of the dome. As they made their way around the downpour zone, Izuku kept his eyes on the fight in the center. Aizawa was doing an amazing job with the thugs, but Izuku knew his quirk had a major setback. He couldn't keep his eyes open forever, and Izuku had quickly noticed two villains who were just watching the fight. One, Izuku wasn't even sure was human. It was tall, and its brain was completely visible. The other had dismembered hands all over his body, and Izuku hoped they weren't real. They were finally within earshot as Aizawa finished the last thug and the hand villain started talking. You did good, Eraserhead. You really impressed me, the villain said as he slowly clapped. But that's as far as you'll get. Now tell me, where is Almight? Our resources told us he'd be here. Shit. Izuku shook as he heard the villain say his hero's name. They're here for Almight now. They're here to kill Almight. Mei, Izuku whispered. Keep going to the door. And just what are you doing? Mei asked pointedly. I'm gonna stay here and keep watch on Aizawa. He's all alone, someone needs to keep an eye out for him. And what are you gonna do if he does need help? Izuku could hear the concern in her voice and he immediately felt bad. If you get help fast enough, I won't have to do anything, he said. Mei seemed to realize she wasn't going to get an actual answer, so she continued on. Izuku turned back just in time to see the beast villain attack Aizawa. Izuku flinched with every assault the teacher took. How can you stand here and watch this? His inner voice taunted. The beast threw Aizawa to the ground head first. How can you let him continue to get hurt? Aizawa's head is pushed further into the ground. You're gonna die here, Eraserhead. But don't worry, your students will join you soon, the hand villain laughed. Is that all you're capable of? Before Izuku could realize it, he had already spoken and was approaching the center. He saw Aizawa's head turn in shock to stare at him in fear and concern. I mean, how weak do you have to be to brag about killing children? Sounds pretty weak to me. Weak? Weak? Do you not see how weak Eraserhead is compared to my Nomu? The hand villain yelled in anger. Izuku faked a laugh and looked the villain in the eye, doing his best to keep his composure. I can't fight him, but I have to help somehow. Eraserhead has always been weak. The words tasted sour in his mouth. He felt his heart pinch at the look on his teacher's face. Are you calling your own teacher weak? The hand villain said before hackling out a laugh. What I said is true. It's not. Honestly, this whole thing has been stupid. You honestly ruined your one chance of killing All Might by coming at the wrong time? Pathetic. The hand villain stopped laughing and looked at Izuku with pure rage. Why you dash? The villain was stopped from finishing his sentence at the arrival of a villain made of purple mist. Shigaraki, 2 students have escaped. Heroes will be on their way. It's time we dash. No! Not until we kill Almight, the villain said stubbornly. Listen to your friend. Leave. Please leave. Izuku took a side glance at his teacher. His condition seemed to be getting worse and worse by the second, and the pressure of the beast, or Nomu, on top of him was not helping. I'm at least not leaving without leaving one dead hero. Noma! Kill dash! Before he could finish the command, Izuku raised the pipe he held behind his back and threw it directly at the villain's head. Unfortunately, the mist villain saw it, and the pipe went through the purple warp gate. Oh. Why you dash? Have you not been listening to me at all? You failed. Even if you kill Eraserhead, you still failed your mission, Izuku said, trying his best not to let his anger or desperation show. He was suddenly very glad to have been bullied and forced to act indifferent when in tough situations. It made this a lot easier. No one even knows the name Eraserhead. The public won't care. It won't have any effect on Hero Society. It's pointless. Stop it! Stop it! I am not weak and my plan is not pointless, the villain yelled. You would be a lot more convincing if you didn't have such a stupid-looking costume, Izuku drawled. Are the hands supposed to scare people? Izuku realized he had made a mistake the second he made eye contact with the villain. Luckily, that was the moment All Might showed up and busted through the ceiling. I am here! Noma! Kill him! The Nomu immediately lunged for All Might, and the hand villain turned towards Izuku. Shit. It was a good thing Izuku's mother could not hear his thoughts, as he dodged the hand villain's attempts on him. Izuku dodged every single one of the villain's lunges by activating his shoes to give him an extra push. He hoped that All Might was doing alright on his own as well. As the villain's attempts were dodged, Izuku noticed he became more and more desperate. What's his quirk? He hasn't used it yet. All he's tried to do is a 5-touch quirk. It must be, that's why he's trying to get a hold of me. Izuku rolled on the ground in an attempt to dodge an attack and picked up a rock on the ground. Turning, he threw it at the villain. The villain caught the rock and it immediately turned to dust. OSH. Izuku's inner curse was interrupted by another attack. This time Izuku was unable to dodge, and the villain gripped his shoulder. A loud scream escaped Izuku as he felt his shoulder disintegrate. He quickly turned out of the villain's hold and made space between them. The smile on the villain's face was filled with pure evil and hatred, and Izuku shivered at being the receiver of such a look. I'm tired of being on the defense. Izuku rushed forward and brought a surprising kick to the villain's stomach. The villain fell back at the impact with him, landing a few feet away. Izuku took that time to look over and watched as All Might sent the Noma through the roof. No! The hand villain screamed. Shigaraki, we have to go. Now. Shigaraki did not listen to his friend and attacked Izuku once more, grabbing a hold of his arm. This time Izuku kept himself from screaming out in pain and focused on immediately getting out of his grip. When the villain let go, Izuku looked down to see his arm red where the skin was decayed and missing. This is your fault, he yelled at Izuku. My fault? I'm not the one with a faulty plan. Izuku immediately regretted that too as the villain lunged at him once more. This time, the villain's hand did not reach him. Instead, a gunshot was heard and blood splattered in front of Izuku's eyes. 3 more gunshots and the villain was on the ground. A few more and the purple mist surrounded him before they vanished. Looking past where Shigaraki once was, Izuku watched as All Might shrunk into a thin, sickly man. Izuku stared in shock until the pain in his shoulder and arm increased as his adrenaline fever vanished. Eventually the pain was so intense, Izuku's vision blurred and he felt nauseous. Midoriya! Izuku attempted to look at the owner of the voice, but when he moved his head he felt even more sick. A hand was placed on his good shoulder and helped Izuku stay still. He hadn't even realized he was rocking. Get a stretcher over here quick! The voice yelled. Izuku flinched away. So loud. Izuku's vision blurred even more before he felt his eyes close and he fell to the side. He felt arms wrap around him and Izuku was just able to open his eyes to see Cementas. Stay awake, Midoriya. You've got to stay awake, okay? I know you're in pain, But you gotta stay awake, the hero repeated. Izuku fought the sleepiness that engulfed him and tried to follow the hero's orders. Eventually, he lost the battle and his eyes closed fully. Is he okay? Toshinori asked from his spot on the ground, still trying to catch his breath. Unconscious, Cementos replied. I'm not surprised. It looks like his arm and shoulder were slightly decayed by that villain's quirk. I can't imagine how painful that would be. Any other injuries? Toshinori gulped. A few scrapes and bruises here and there. Toshinori sighed in slight relief. The kid was quirkless, completely defenseless, and yet he faced the villain head-on. The paramedics arrived and Toshinori pushed himself to stand and they lifted Izuku into the ambulance that blocked the entrance. May I join the ride? He asked before climbing in. As the ambulance drove, Toshinori stared at the small quirkless kid who never failed to amaze him. Chapter 18. Uraraka stood outside the USJ with her classmates and Hatsum-chan. Worry continued to consume her as heroes and paramedics entered the USJ and Deku did not exit. What if he's hurt? What if he was taken? What if he's dead? The longer it took, the more worried she became. She wasn't the only one, as the rest of the students also stared at the door and waited for their friend. Finally, it seemed Bakugo had enough and stormed towards the door. Stop! Midnight yelled. You cannot go in there, Bakugo! Buck off! He yelled back as he tried to walk around her. Let the heroes and paramedics do their job and take your spot with your classmates, Midnight warned. When Bakugo ignored her, she sighed before using her quirk to send him to sleep. She then turned to the rest of the group while still holding the boy up. I know you are worried, but you need to understand that it is best to let the adults do their job. Uraraka felt tears brim her eyes as she realized all of what Midnight said. Let the heroes and paramedics do their job. Paramedics. So he is injured. Uraraka's attention was turned to the entrance as an ambulance was backed up all the way to the doors. It sat there for a few minutes before driving off and Cementos exited the building. Cementos looked around before seeing their group and making his way to them. Students, he said. All of them looked at him and waited. Midoriya has been taken by ambulance to the nearest hospital. Almight is accompanying him there. He was immediately interrupted by the students bombarding him with questions. Oh my God! Is he okay? What kind of injuries? Is it serious? Will he be alright? Enough! Cementos yelled. Their questions ceased as they stared at their teacher. He is going to be okay. Now, the police are gonna ask you some questions. Don't be nervous. They just want to know what happened. Once you have spoken with the police, all of you need to be checked by a paramedic before your parents can take you home. You may not leave alone. You must be accompanied by a parent or a guardian. Okay? The class murmured agreements before a group of officers began taking students one by one. When Izuku woke up, he saw that he was in a hospital room. His mother sat on a chair next to him reading a book with silent tears leaving her eyes. Izuku wasn't sure if those tears were for a character in the book or for him. He smiled before reaching out and grabbing her hand with his good arm. Inko looked up in shock and smiled as she saw her son awake. Oh, Izuku. You scared the heck out of me, Inko said as she moved her son's hair to the side. Are the others okay? Almight? Eraserhead? Izuku quickly asked, his worry consuming him as he remembered the state of two of his teachers. Eraserhead and 13 are both in rooms down the hall. You're the only student who received any serious injuries. And Almight was treated by Recovery Girl before going home, Inko replied, relaying the information she had gathered from the teachers and doctors. She knew her son would be more concerned about others before his own injuries. Good, Izuku said. He slowly adjusted his position and regretted it when he felt a hot pain travel from his collarbone to his fingertips. The doctor says a part of one of your nerves in your shoulder was slightly damaged, his mother said as her eyes grew worried. Recover Girl healed you, but she said the nerve will take time, so you'll have to wear a sling for at least a week. It's a good thing I'm ambidextrous then, Izuku said with a small smile. His mother returned the smile before standing. I'm gonna go tell your doctor you're awake. There is also a detective waiting to talk to you. Can I send him in? Inko asked as she put her book in her purse and walked to the door. Izuku just nodded and watched his mother leave. It didn't take long for a nurse to come in and take his vitals. Once she was sure he was fine, she left with his mother to sign the discharge forms. Izuku quickly changed into the clothes his mother brought for him before hearing a knock on the door. Come in, Izuku called. A tall man in a beige trench coat entered the room. Sorry to bug you, Midoriya, the man said. I'm Detective Tsukachi. Can I ask you a few questions before you go? Of course, Izuku replied. The detective closed the door and sat with Izuku at the small table in the corner of the room. You were not present when the villains arrived? The detective asked. No, Hatsum and I were in the storage room looking for the conflagration zone rescue equipment when we heard yelling, Izuku answered. We were actually about to leave and tell 13 that there was some stuff missing. What was missing? 24 fire suits for sure. I don't know if there was anything else gone, Izuku reported. He watched the detective scribble something down before looking back up at him. And I was told that you sent Hatsum to get help and waited to keep an eye on Eraserhead. Yes, he was alone. And I wanted to make sure he would be okay. The detective nodded. What can you tell me about Tamura Shigaraki after your fight with him? His quirk is activated by a 5-point touch. He can decay anything he comes to contact with. He's also most likely the one who let the press into UA, but you probably already know that. Izuku began as he relayed everything he remembered from his brief analysis of Shigaraki. He's very childish and doesn't think things through completely. It's his plan and there is nothing wrong with it. He also hates Almight. The hands on his costume mean something to him, and it's a touchy subject. As Izuku continued to relay everything he knew, the detective scribbled it all down in his notebook. And what about the Nomu? The detective asked when Izuku was finished. What did you gather about it? Well, I don't know for sure, but it either had multiple quirks or a synthesized quirk. The detective looked up at Izuku immediately at this. And why do you say that? Mr. Aizawa couldn't erase its quirk, or at least not all of them, Izuku answered. It was true, he had seen the panic in his teacher's eyes when he couldn't fight the beast. Shigaraki talked about it like it was an object, a weapon. I think it's likely he has an accomplice who can manipulate quirks. Someone who can transfer quirks to others or merge them. If not with a quirk, then with some piece of technology that the government scientists don't have. One more question. Izuku looked up at the man who had suddenly gotten even more serious, if that was even possible. Did you see anything you think you weren't supposed to see? At first, Izuku was confused and then it clicked. Almight's body smoking. The smoke getting heavier as his muscles shrunk and only the skinny body of a man was left. Izuku definitely was not supposed to see that. He most certainly was not. Izuku began, but stopped. Would it even help for them to know? Is that what he even meant? Wouldn't it just upset Almight that his secret was caught by a 15-year-old boy? I think I've already told you everything I saw with the villains. The truth of a more specific question. Was there anything else you saw after the villains left? Tsukachi asked more specifically. Dang nabbit. Well, I'll be honest. The pain in my shoulder kinda made my vision blurry, so I didn't see much after that. A partial truth, but still true, so it isn't like I'm completely lying to the police, right? Thank you, Midoriya, the detective said as he looked down at his filled page. You've been very helpful to our investigation. Please take your time in recovering. The man stood, though it seemed hesitant, and walked towards the door. As he reached it, he seemed to remember something and turned back to Izuku. You were very brave, Midoriya. Thank you for looking out for Aizawa. He is a good hero, and so were you. Izuku stared at the door the detective had occupied, his words replaying in his head. Suddenly, Izuku remembered the things he had said about his teacher and rushed out of the room. He walked down the hall, peeking into all the rooms until he found his teacher. Aizawa looked like a mummy. The nurses didn't even try to give him enough space for his mouth to show. Izuku wondered how his teacher would be able to eat or drink. Izuku opened the door and shut it behind him. I told you, I just want to sleep. No more tests. His teacher mumbled through the cloth. Izuku immediately lowered his head. Sorry, sensei. I didn't mean to interrupt your nap. Izuku apologized. His teacher must not have been expecting him because his head immediately turned to the door. Midoriya, you should be in your own hospital room. His teacher scolded. They're letting me go home. My mom is signing the papers right now. Lucky, though I should be able to convince them with the help of Nizu to let me leave tomorrow, Aizawa said as he relaxed a little. You shouldn't rush recovery, Izuku said, repeating what his mother had always made clear to him. Life doesn't stop to wait for you. Now, what did you come here for? Aizawa asked curiously. Izuku took a deep breath. He would have to say it all before his teacher could stop him. I'm sorry, Izuku yelled out. I lied. You aren't weak. I only said that to stop him and tried to convince the villain to leave you dash. Midori dash. You are an amazing hero. You fight almost quirkless and you've helped people like me so much just by being a hero. Izuku continued, not stopping when his teacher continued to say his name. When I saw the video of a hero taking down 5 drug dealers with a capture weapon on TV, not showing any sign of using a quirk, it helped me. It made me think, maybe I can help people without a quirk too. Midoriya. Please let me finish. Tears poured down his face as he stared at the ground. I need to say this and you need to hear it. That seemed to shut his teacher up and he continued. Of course I realized you did have a quirk, and it's amazing. I wrote 3 whole pages about it. It was hard, since you don't like publicity. But I was able to do it anyway. Izuku sniffed, wiping his eyes. And you don't care what anyone says about you. You don't save people for the money or for fame. You do it to help people. What a true hero is supposed to be. Izuku looked back up at his teacher, wondering what his expression was like underneath. That's why you're strong. You fight with everything you have without hesitation, even when the enemy has the upper hand. You know your weaknesses, but you don't let them stop you from helping people who need it. Even though there are others society says could do it naturally with a stronger quirk. Izuku stood there, letting his breath finally catch up to him. His tears finally stopped, and the heaviness in his chest disappeared. He had said what needed to be said, and it felt good. Thank you, I'll let you rest, Izuku said before turning and leaving the room. He found his mother and went home to have a day full of rest, homework and messaging his foreign friends. What Izuku didn't know was that he left his teacher with small tears escaping his eyes. Aizawa was tough, he had to be. But hearing those words had lifted so many fears and worries he forgot he had. He worried that he would never be a hero who could inspire others. But here was a boy who said he did just that. He had heard multiple times that others would have done a better job than him with their strong quirks, but this boy said it wasn't true. Midoriya, you really are something, kid. Aizawa with a small smile on his lips. You did what? Mel 1910. Yui was attacked? Sammy 8245. Izuku. Uncle Mike gets hurt and he's a pro. What were you thinking? Mel 1910. I don't want to watch my teacher die. Isa 2136. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Did you get a cool scar from it? Sammy 8245. One on my shoulder and one on my arm. Isa 2136. That's so cool. Sammy 8245. No. Not cool. Stop encouraging him. Mel 1910. Mel, I know you're worried, but I'm fine. The heroes came. And they won't let it happen twice, not if Nizu has anything to do with it, smiley face. Isa 2136. I hope you're right. Mel 1910. Izuku smiled at his phone. He had also been messaging Mei and Bakugo. Mei seemed both worried and angry at Izuku, but he understood. He had put a lot of pressure on her to get help, and he had dismissed her concerns. How do I make up for something like that? Izuku laid in his bed and let the question hang in the air of his room as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 19. Tsukachi sat at his desk reading over the information he gathered from Midoriya Izuku. The kid was smart and observant. Not only did he give an honest description of what happened during the attack, but he also gave detailed theories on the Nomu and Tamura Shigaraki. The only time throughout the whole interview that gave Tsukachi any reason to be concerned was when Midoriya dodged his final question. His answer to whether he saw anything he wasn't supposed to was honest, but specific to the villains. When Tsukachi asked if he saw anything after the villains left, he received a partial truth. Tsukachi sighed as he leaned back in his chair. He couldn't have outright asked the kid, "Did you see All Might's secret form?" or else the results would have been worse if the kid hadn't. Damn, Toshinori was very touchy about his secret. If he found out Tsukachi had accidentally outed him to a high schooler, Tsukachi didn't want to even imagine the scolding he would receive. Then again, if the kid did know, would it benefit Toshinori to know? Tsukachi nodded at the question before looking at the time. 1:54 a.m. Another sigh left Tsukachi's mouth as he packed his things. I'm officially making this UA's problem. If Midoriya knows, it is their job to make sure he keeps it under wraps. Mom, I promise I'll be safe. It's just a train ride to Kyoto Prefecture, and Mei said she'll meet me at the station. Izuku was still trying to convince his mother it was not necessary that she came with him to his friend's house. That morning he had found out he didn't have school until the following week, so he had asked Mei if she wanted to brainstorm some new support gadgets they could work on together. If you're sure, but I want to know 0W exactly when you arrive and when you leave. His mother finally agreed. Izuku let go of his breath and hugged his mother from behind. You're the best, you know that? Izuku said as he tightened the hug. Well, of course I am, I'm me. His mother laughed. Izuku laughed with her before packing his notebooks in his bag and hurrying off to the station. I'm on the train now. Izu 2136. Great! Let me know when you get close. Hatsi 4567. Izuku smiled at his phone before looking around him. He had always enjoyed people watching since he was fascinated with other people's quirks. The most obvious were mutational quirks, but sometimes Izuku would see someone slip up and activate their quirk, most of them being children. One specific child, who looked like their quirk had just come in, was struggling to keep her body from turning into water. Every few minutes she would get distracted with her thoughts, and Izuku could see her hands and arms turn before she realized and fixed them. The sleeves of her sweater were drenched, and Izuku felt bad for the young girl. Looking out the window, Izuku realized he was one stop away from his destination and quickly messaged Mei. Looking back up, he saw the little girl was staring at him with a curious face. At first he was confused, until he looked down and saw he was wearing his Hawks shirt. Do you like Hawks too? Izuku asked the young girl with a smile. At first she looked embarrassed at being caught, but then shyly nodded yes. He is an amazing hero. What do you like most about him? His wings are really cool and he likes chicken. I like chicken, the young girl replied thoughtfully. Izuku smiled at the girl's simple response. Chicken is really yummy. I love when my mom makes home-fried chicken. My mommy does that too. Right, Mommy? The girl said excitedly as she looked up at her mother. Her mother nodded with a smile and patted the girl's head as she turned back at Izuku. Izuku happily entertained the girl in chit-chat for the rest of the trip. At one point he got the chance to give the girl some pointers on how to control her quirk. When his stop came, Izuku bid her and her mother a good day before exiting the train. Mei stood not too far from the gate, and Izuku immediately made his way to her. When she saw him, she ran forward and collected Izuku in a big hug he had not been expecting. G-girl hugging me. BB boobs pressed T to M my chest. Izuku's brain shut down before restarting as Mei let go of him and started dragging him to her house. This is so exciting! I can show you more of my babies! Mei said as she guided Izuku through the streets. Izuku laughed and followed his friend down an urban street. Oh! Almost seeming like she had just remembered something important, Mei turned towards Izuku and gave him a huge slap on his good arm. Ow! Izuku yelped, covering his good arm with the arm in its sling. What was that for? That's for scaring me, idiot! Mei said as she looked at Izuku accusingly. And the rest of 1A? Poor Bakugo had to get knocked out so he would settle down. Izuku frowned. He had already received a very loud phone call from his friend the night prior about how stupid he had been. "I am sorry, Mei-chan. I didn't mean to make you upset. I just wanted to help," Izuku said as he gave her his best puppy dog eyes. Mei sighed when she saw them. "I know, Izuku. But next time you pull something like that I will dash." Her abrupt stop told Izuku that she hadn't come up with a good punishment yet. Izuku laughed as Mei grabbed her chin, thinking, "Aha! I will tell Kaken you said I was your best friend," Mei said triumphantly. "No! Do you know how mad he'd be? He wouldn't let me leave his side at school for a week," Izuku said, slightly laughing as he did so. It was a good threat, though Izuku was curious as to how Kaken would react. The two continued to laugh and joke as they arrived at Mei's house. They made their way in, and Mei explained her parents were both at work. She quickly offered tea before they went to her room. Mei's room was both what Izuku expected and a complete surprise. The walls were pink, the bed was pink, the chair at her white desk was pink. The walls were almost completely covered with sketches and plans for support gadgets. Tools and materials were spread out all over, and Izuku was in support heaven when he saw some of them. "Wow, Mei-chan. You got a lot of cool tools," Izuku said as he took a final look around. "Thanks. My uncle gave most of them to me. They are mostly second-hand, but still in good enough shape," Mei said before turning to Izuku. "I'll be right back. I'm gonna steal my dad's office chair for you to sit in." Mei returned with a black chair similar to her own. Sitting down, Izuku retrieved his notebooks from his bag. Mei opened her drawer and retrieved a similar notebook. "So, first let's decide whether we will be designing a support gadget or a piece of support gear," Izuku said as he rolled in the chair. Well, I like both, but I know you plan on focusing more on support gear," Mei said as she looked around. "Why don't we do a piece of support gear this time?" she said finally, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Sounds good to me," Izuku smiled. "Did you see Ida-kun's costume?" "Yeah, I liked his suit. Very knightly. You know how some knives have teeth to help cut? What if we could add those to both his arms and his shins?" Izuku said, using his hands to help picture it. "Oh, and we could make them retractable. That could be useful to a lot of speed heroes who don't want to carry a weapon or rely on their quirk," Mei said as she immediately began drawing. "Great, that's one idea down," Izuku said as he did his best to write. The notebook slipped off his lap and Mei giggled. "Leave the note-taking to me, eh?" Izuku blushed and nodded. "Hey, do you think if we make the blades strong enough he could use them to climb up rough terrain?" We'd have to make sure we use material that is sharp and strong. I'm guessing his shins get pretty hot when he uses his engines for a long time, so we need something with a high melting point. Let's ask Mr. Higuri what he thinks at school. He'll know the best materials," Mei said as she finished her drawing. "I think that's a pretty neat first idea." "Me too. Now, did you see Ojiro's as well?" Izuku said excitedly. "Are we gonna go through all of Class 1A? Mei laughed. "Well, not all of them. Todoroki and Koda weren't wearing their costumes," Izuku countered before laughing at himself. "Sorry, I come up with ideas faster when I'm considering actual people specifically." "True, though that's what will make you such a great costume designer in the future." Izuku blushed at the compliment. "So, what were you gonna say about the tail guy?" "Well, I was thinking that maybe his belt could be like Eraserhead's capturing weapon, but would be less flexible, more like a staff when activated dash." The two continued brainstorming, both enjoying bouncing ideas off of someone who understood instead of their parents, who would normally just nod and smile. Izuku ended up staying for supper and thoroughly enjoyed watching Mei blush when her mother retrieved an old photo album. If anyone had asked him prior to today, he would have said Mei was completely incapable of being embarrassed enough to blush. But here they were, gathered around the couch as Izuku was forced to look at an old picture with Mei in a wild Hussy-Cats onesie. "I'd better get going before my mom gets too worried," Izuku said as he stood from the couch. "I'll walk you to the station." Izuku gathered his things as Mei helped her parents tidy up quickly. "Ready to go, Izuku-in?" "Yep." The two made their way down the streets to the station in silence until Mei spoke up. "I don't think I could ever be a hero. This surprised Izuku, and he turned to face her. I was so scared when the villains attacked. I don't think I could have willingly jumped into a battle like you did. Izuku nodded, thinking back to the attack as well. If I'm being honest, I'm kinda glad I won't have to go through something like that again. Looking back ahead of him, he continued. All my life, I wanted to be someone who saved others, but was told I couldn't, and they were right. If the heroes hadn't arrived, if All Might hadn't arrived, they would have killed Eraserhead and probably me too. I still think you were one of the bravest ones in the USJ, Mei said with a smile. Izuku looked back at her and returned it. Thanks, Mei. Izuku looked back ahead to see the station coming into view. I still wish I could do more for actual cases in the future. Like, I'm helping heroes by giving them the right support gear, but I wish I could do more to help them when they have to fight a villain. Even though I know I could never be in battle myself. Maybe you can, you have all those lessons with Nizu. Ask him if you can do more, Mei said as she stopped in front of the door. That's a really good idea, thanks Mei-chan, Izuku said before saying goodbye. Izuku quickly boarded the train and sat down. Looking out the window, his question repeated in his head. What can I do? How can I help? Chapter 20. You failed, kid, Shigaraki said as his hand wrapped around Eraserhead's neck. You're weak, you're pathetic, you're useless. Stop! Stop it! I'm not! Izuku screamed, though he felt like nothing came out. Quirkless Deku, Shigaraki seethed. You really think you can stand up to someone like me? Izuku watched in horror as Eraserhead disintegrated and Kaken replaced him. No! Stop! Don't hurt him! Izuku tried to move forward, but there was something holding him in place. You can't save him, Shigaraki said as he started to close his last finger around Kaken. You did nothing to help him, all that's left is for you to watch him die. No! Izuku panted as he looked around the room. He jumped as the door to his bedroom slammed open and his mother came tumbling in with worry written over her face. It took a while before Izuku realized it was just a dream. Izuku, honey, are you okay? His mother said as she looked him over. Izuku looked down to see he was drenched in sweat, and his blankets were in disarray. He tried to speak, but couldn't find the words. Was it about the USJ? Inko asked quietly. Izuku slowly nodded, still catching his breath. Oh hun, come here. Inko quickly enveloped her son in a hug, and it didn't take long for Izuku to cling to her, the memory of dreaming of his childhood friend dying still fresh in his mind. I am okay, Mom. It was just a dream, Izuku said finally. Honey, you've had one every night since the USJ. I'm gonna call the school dash. Inko started to stand before she was interrupted. No! I'm fine. I can still go. Izuku rushed. Today was going to be the first day back and he needed to see his friends alright and alive more than anything. I was just saying I want them to book you an appointment with the school's counselor, Izuku. You need someone to talk to, and as much as I would love to be that person, I would probably end up crying more than you, Inko said with a small smile. Izuku immediately relaxed and nodded. Why yeah, maybe you're right. Izuku watched his mother leave the room. He could faintly hear her on the phone before he decided to get up and take a shower. Kaken is alive. Eraserhead is alive. Everyone is safe. You are safe, he continued to say to himself as he got ready for the day. His mother ended up making his favorite breakfast and told him his appointment with Hound Dog would be just after lunch. I want you to be honest with Hound Dog. You can trust him with all your worries, okay? Inko said as Izuku put on his red sneakers. I know, Mom. I'll see you after school, Izuku said before leaving the apartment. Everything is fine. Everything is just fine. Everything was not fine. If Izuku thought the media presence was bad before, he didn't know what he could call it now. Suddenly he had wished him and Bakugo were together because pushing past the gate was especially difficult and painful when someone elbowed his bad arm. When he finally made it onto school grounds, he thought he was safe. Keyword thought. When Izuku arrived at his homeroom classroom, he was shocked to see all of his classmates were early and had crowded around Mei. The second he entered the room, All eyes were on him. That's when it began. Midoriya, are you okay? Did you really go hand to hand with the leader of the villains? Why is your arm in a sling? Did you get a cool scar to go with it? I can't believe you went against villains Quirkless. What were you thinking? Izuku didn't know who to answer first as his classmates gathered around him. Guys, stop! Takahashi yelled over their questions. He's probably still shaken up. Give him some space and let him tell us what he's comfortable saying. Izuku immediately shot his classmate a smile and watched the group back up to give him some space. Thanks, I really appreciate your concern. I hadn't been expecting this, to be honest, Izuku said as he looked around. It wasn't a pleasant experience. I'm sure Mei-chan can vouch for that. I ended up spending a day in the hospital and the nerve in my right arm is still recovering. What did happen to your arm? If you don't mind me asking, of course. Izuku looked up to see it was a girl named Abiko who spoke. One of the villains had a quirk that let him disintegrate anything he touched. He got a hold of my shoulder and my arm, Izuku said. The resounding gasp around the room told him they had not been expecting it. Seriously? I thought you were gonna say you dislocated your shoulder, but that's worse. Yeah, is your nerve gonna be okay? It's gonna be fine. Recovery girl healed him, Mei said as she joined Izuku at the front of the group. Yeah, she said it just takes a little more time for nerves to heal, Izuku added. Well, it's nice to see all of my students early and keen to learn. The group turned to see Power Loader at the door. Everyone take your seats. Midoriya, Hatsum, glad to see you two are alright. Let me or one of your classmates know if you need anything, got it? Mei and Izuku nodded as they took their seats. So you won't be in engineering? Takahashi asked. Since the morning Izuku, Mei, Takahashi and Abiko had stuck together, the two former acting as a support for the previous. Only for a bit, my mom just wants me to talk to an adult, you know? Izuku replied as the four made their way out the class. That makes sense, Abiko said before turning to Mei. You should make an appointment if you feel the need to too, Hatsum. No pressure, but I don't think you should keep your feelings bottled up either. Maybe I y-. The talk of the town, 1A. Don't get so high and mighty just because you were attacked by villains. Izuku stopped to see a crowd had formed around Class 1A, blocking the door completely. Pushing through with Mei, Takahashi and Abiko on his tail, he saw a blonde was making the majority of the ruckus. I bet you guys are basking in all the attention. It's like you asked to be attacked? Gasps were heard from the classroom, and Izuku saw Bakugo jump in front of the blonde, but he beat him to the punch. What did you just say? Everyone turned to Izuku, but he stayed focused on the blonde. Asked? To be attacked? How idiotic could you possibly be? What did you just call me? The blonde yelled angrily. Who even are you? Izuku Midoriya of Class 1H. One of the students who was attacked at the USJ. Unbeknownst to Izuku, the rest of 1H had also made their way behind Izuku. I watched firsthand as villains raided the USJ. I watched one of my teachers be pummeled into the ground by a synthesized creature with multiple quirks. I myself, a quirkless kid with no hero training, had to face a villain and almost had my entire arm disintegrated before heroes arrived. Izuku watched as shock came upon the blonde's face. A girl with red hair, probably his classmate, came up beside the blonde and whacked him on the arm with a large fist. I don't know where you got the idea that us being attacked was a blessing to us, because most of us who were actually there think of it as a curse. Izuku continued. And by the sounds of it, you really wish you had been there, right? Want us to send the villains your way next time? See how you like it? And no, sorry. The blonde mumbled before he was pulled away. Wow, Midoriya, you really stood up for yourself. Izuku turned to see his classmates. Yeah, way to represent 1H. Izuku smiled and continued on his way to the cafeteria before anyone else from other classes could stop him. Mei, Takahashi and Abiko followed. When far enough from the crowd, Mei put her hand on Izuku's shoulder. You okay, Izuku-kun? Mei asked quietly. Izuku shook his head. Who in their right mind would ask to be attacked by real-life villains? How could someone say that? Izuku asked his friends. I don't know, but you looked really cool standing up for yourself and 1A. Takahashi said as he too put his hand on Izuku's shoulder before realizing which shoulder it was. Sorry. Did that hurt? Izuku chuckled. No, don't worry about it. It's mostly healed, the sling is just so I don't use my arm too much. Izuku responded, still chuckling at his friend's worried face. Room 3-11. Where the hell is 3-11? Izuku continued walking down the hallways in search of Hound Dog's office. Turning a corner, Izuku stopped as he saw Almight, in his small form, leave the teacher's lounge. Breathe, Izuku. Don't let him know you know who he is. Excuse me? Izuku called out. Almight seemed to not be expecting anyone in the halls and jumped before turning to Izuku. Do you know where Hound Dog's office is? I have an appointment but I can't find the room, Izuku said shyly. Yes, his office is at the end of the hall. Last door on the left. Thank you, Mr. Yagi, Almight replied. Izuku didn't know for sure if it was his real name or not, but that didn't matter. Thank you, Mr. Yagi. Izuku began on his way before stopping. If I don't know who he is, then he doesn't know who I am. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya of Class 1H. Thanks again for your help. Toshinori Yagi watched as Izuku Midoriya continued on his way, down the hall. When he was out of sight, Toshinori continued to Nisa's office. The principal sat at his desk staring at a screen. I see you had a little run-in with Midoriya. Did he recognize you? Nisa asked seriously. I'm not sure. He acted like he didn't, but I don't know if it was real or not, Toshinori said as he took his seat. I must say though, if I had to be comfortable with any one student knowing it would have to be Midoriya. He is a smart boy, maybe he could design me something that could help Dash. Or you could retire, just like Recovery Girl has recommended. Nisa interrupted. Toshinori sighed. I'm not retiring until there is nothing else I can do, he said determinedly. Nisa sighed. They had this conversation often, but as the symbol of peace, Toshinori could not leave the field, especially with the rise of the League of Villains. Back onto the subject of Midoriya. Maybe you should join us in our private session tomorrow. If you are in the room, he might finally be honest with us about what he knows. Nisa continued. Him knowing could be good for you. You said you had gotten along well with him and his mother at the island contest. Maybe you could get to know them a little more, be more social Dash. I don't have room for romance in my life, Nisa. Toshinori interrupted. Who said anything about romance? Nisa asked teasingly. Damn it. Chapter 21. Hound Dog's office was simple and cozy. There was a small desk in the corner with a computer and a small bookshelf. Hound Dog sat in an armchair and Izuku took a seat on the small couch across from him. I'll let you get comfortable before we start, Hound Dog said as he pulled out a notebook. Go ahead and take a look around. Become familiar with the space. Izuku took the opportunity to look over at the bookshelf. Most of them were about getting a healthy mindset, the effects on heroes' mental health and life stability. Once he got a good idea of Hound Dog's collection, Izuku began to look at the walls. On a cork board, Hound Dog had photos with some of his previous students. Some of the faces were familiar, and he was even able to name a few. Ready to start? Hound Dog asked. Izuku nodded and began to play with the ends of his sleeves. First, I want you to know that everything we talk about stays within this room. The only time I will speak to anyone else about what we talk about is when it concerns your health and safety. I know. I quickly looked up the common rules for social workers and counselors before school this morning. The only time you'll talk to someone is if I say something that would indicate I'm in danger of harming myself or others. And the only people you can speak to are doctors, the police, and Principal Nisa. The only time you can talk to my mother is with my permission. Izuku rambled as he relayed the information he had gathered from the internet. Hound Dog chuckled before continuing. That's correct. Now your mother mentioned you've been having nightmares. Can you tell me what they are about? They're mostly about Tamura Shigaraki killing Eraserhead, or one of my friends, Izuku said with his head down, staring at his hands. The first night, he killed Eraserhead. The second, he killed Eraserhead and Mei-chan. And last night, he killed Eraserhead and Kaken before I woke up. I see. Hound Dog finished writing it down. Were they all killed the same way? Yes, he would grab their neck and use his quirk. I'm sorry, Midoriya. It is never pleasant to dream of someone's death. How have you been coping after the USJ? Have you spoken to your mother? Your friends? Hound Dog asked, looking Izuku in the eye. Izuku was surprised at how calming Hound Dog's voice was. It was deep but steady. Izuku liked the feeling of safety it brought. I haven't really liked talking about it. Whenever I do, it makes whoever I'm talking to sad or worried, Izuku said honestly. He hated making his mother worried or scared for him, but that had always been a given with his quirklessness. Well, if there is anything you want to talk about, Dash. There is, Izuku interrupted. Hound Dog seemed surprised that Izuku was willing to talk about the USJ so soon. To be clear, so was Izuku, but there were things that Izuku worried he couldn't keep bottled up. And his mother always said when you can't get through it alone, ask someone you trust. Izuku trusted Hound Dog. He was a hero, a teacher and a certified counselor. Izuku could trust him. Well, whenever you're ready. There is no proper way to talk, just say what feels right, Hound Dog said. He was giving Izuku all of his attention, and Izuku loved it. It reminded him of Mr. Murata when Izuku shared his ideas. Well, I feel guilty, Izuku started. Hound Dog nodded, encouraging him to elaborate. I pressured Mei-chan to do something she wasn't comfortable doing. I put her in danger. She wanted us to stay hidden in the storage room, but I made her feel obligated to leave. It was a tough scenario. One no one wishes to be in, Hound Dog said as he nodded. I also made her continue on her own, Izuku continued. She wanted to stay together, but I made us separate. That was when you saw Eraserhead, correct? Hound Dog asked. Izuku nodded. Do you think Hatsum is angry with you? Well, has she acted like she is? Has she told you she is? Has she given you reason to believe she is upset? Hound Dog continued. He let Izuku think on it, and Izuku appreciated that as he went through his and Mei's conversations. She said she was really worried about me when we separated, Izuku said finally. Worried and angry are quite different feelings, aren't they? Hound Dog said as he wrote something down. But it's okay. Sometimes our brain doesn't see things right. We have to go back with a clearer mindset and find the bigger picture. Pointing to one of the posters on his wall, Hound Dog read, A mind troubled does not see the course. A clear mind sees through mist. I understand why you felt guilty, and I understand why you worry Hatsum may be upset. The best thing I can recommend is that you speak to her. Apologize and cooperate. Izuku nodded, rereading the quote and looking back. He was definitely going to speak to Mei. Maybe if he did apologize, his guilt wouldn't consume him as much. I thank you, Izuku said as he looked back at Hound Dog. No worries, it's why I'm here. Is there anything else? You seem like you want to say more, Hound Dog encouraged as he adjusted himself in the chair. Well, yes, Izuku said as he too changed his position on the couch. I also feel bad about what I said about Eraserhead. I had been trying to make Shigaraki think killing him would do nothing by making him sound like a worthless hero. I apologized to him in the hospital, but I still feel like it doesn't make up for the things I've said. Hound Dog hummed. When you spoke to him in the hospital, did he say anything? Izuku's head lowered guiltily. I didn't let him, Izuku admitted. I wanted to get my own feelings across. I didn't let him get his out. Hound Dog nodded. Then there is another conversation to be had, Hound Dog said. The majority of your guilt is coming from not knowing how others feel. This is one situation where that can be fixed with asking. If you would like, I could sit in on these conversations, or you can do it on your own. I think I want to do them on my own, Izuku said. His conversation with Mei should come easy, and he had an idea as to how he could start one with Mr. Aizawa too. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. My dreams. They've mostly revolved on me not being able to help them. Is there a way, other than the support field, that I could help heroes? Izuku asked. He wasn't really expecting a definite answer, he had never gotten one before, so why now? But with the more people he asked, there would be more chances for a solution to be found, right? Well, there is actually, Hound Dog said as he stood from his seat. Izuku sat in shock as he watched him grab a book from his cabinet. There are many actually. This is a book with all the occupations at almost any hero organizations. Many of them are behind the scenes. It includes support scientists and engineers as well as detectives and secretaries. None of them are heroes, but they do help them. Izuku stared at the book with a smile on his face. See, can I borrow it? Izuku asked. Well, I wouldn't have handed it to you if I didn't want you to look at it, Hound Dog said. Take it with you and you can bring it back to me at our next appointment. I think that was plenty for one day. Your homework is to have at least one of those conversations, sound good? Yes, sir. Good, I'll schedule it to be in 2 days, same time. Keep in mind what you want to talk about next. I'm sure there's plenty. There was, but Izuku knew it wouldn't be good to do it all in one sitting. He tucked the book into his bag and thanked Hound Dog before making his way to engineering. A mind troubled does not see the course. Izuku looked back on the past few days and began to understand the quote a little more. He had been so focused on what had happened and his anxious thoughts, he was sure he had missed most that had been happening around him. Though, he had always been that way when he got lost in his thoughts. A clear mind sees through the mist. When Izuku looked at things with the help of Hound Dog's outside view, it was easier to see where his thoughts had drifted from reality. Mei hadn't been angry with him. She was worried at most. They had spent an entire day together, planning a future project. If she had been angry, she wouldn't have wanted to spend that time with him. Izuku slapped his palm on his head, trying to erase his stupidity. A shocked gasp made him realize he wasn't the only one in the hall. And what did you do to deserve a smack to the head? Midnight asked as she put her hands on her hips and gave Izuku a questioning look. I made a stupid assumption. Izuku mumbled with a deep blush coming to his cheeks. Midnight laughed at his response. Everyone makes stupid assumptions, kiddo. At least you acknowledge it, Midnight said with a final smile before continuing down the hall. Izuku smiled too before continuing to the lab room. I like the teachers here a lot better than middle school, Izuku thought as he joined his class. Everyone seemed to be working hard, but the majority acknowledged Izuku as he walked by. Another thing he liked about his new school. He took his seat next to Mei, and she immediately passed over her notebook with all their previous ideas. Mr. Higuri said the class can do group projects next, and since we're done our first, we get to start now, Mei said with a giggle. Oh, and he also mentioned that the UE Sports Festival will be in 2 weeks. Most of us think that's why people were checking on 1A. To scope the competition. What really? Izuku said excitedly. We get to participate in the sports festival. I've always wanted a chance to compete. I know. We get to show off our babies, Mei said even more excitedly as Izuku matched her energy. Mr. Higuri laughed from behind the two. There is no doubt in my mind that you two will get the chance to show off your gadgets, he said as he looked over their shoulder at the notebook. Now what are you two planning to make? Well, most of these are specifically for members of 1A except for the goggles, Izuku said as he brought up the page. These mimic Mei-chan's quirk, but add the ability to sense approaching objects and alert the wearer. It can also tell you how fast they are coming in. Readers all around the headband make it so that it can also detect incoming objects from behind you too. Approved. Get right on it, you two. Yes, sir, the two said in unison as they began jotting down materials needed. Deku! Izuku froze where he stood near the gates of UA before turning to see Uraraka and Ida making their way towards him and Mei. Uraraka-chan, Ida-kun! I'm glad to see you guys are alright, Izuku said as they joined them. I think we're the ones who should be saying that to you, Uraraka said as she started to walk beside him. Uraraka is right. We, along with the rest of Class 1A, were very worried about your condition after the attack. As the representative of 1A, I would like to say that we are deeply appreciative for your bravery and thank you for helping our teacher, Ida said seriously. Izuku immediately blushed and tried to wave it off. You don't have to thank me. We all did what we could, I'm no different, Izuku said. I actually wish I had done things better. Stop worrying, Izuku-kun, Mei scolded. I told you earlier. You did everything right. There was nothing you could have done better. Uraraka and Ida looked between the two confused, but neither one said anything. I know! How about some sweets? There's a bakery down the street from the station that specializes in American treats. Oh! I've been wanting to visit that place. Can I join you? Uraraka asked excitedly as she seemed to count what she had in her wallet. Of course. Do you want to come too? Mei said as she looked towards Ida, who agreed. The two started to get into a deep discussion about what Ida was to expect and the differences between high-end sweet shops versus the average sweet shops you come by on the streets. Uraraka and Izuku tailed along behind them in silence, both slightly scared to start their own conversation. Finally, Uraraka piped up. I really am glad you're okay, Deku-kun, she said as they continued on their walk. The teachers wouldn't tell us anything about your injuries, so we had to wait till Bakugo finally told us the next day. Sorry about that, Kakken can be kind of difficult sometimes when things get personal, Izuku said as he looked over at the girl. I'm sorry you had to worry for so long, I guess they made it seem a lot worse than it was. I don't think they did, you were in pretty bad condition, you know, Uraraka said, almost teasingly. Izuku laughed. Yeah, I guess almost losing the feeling in my arm is pretty bad, Izuku said as they arrived at the brightly decorated shop. Wow, this place is amazing. Uraraka nodded, a similar expression of awe on her face. As they entered, a sweet smell consumed them, and they quickly made their way to join Mei and Ida at the glass display. The sweets varied from donuts to cakes to cookies, all looking as good as the next. One cookie with Almight's logo caught Izuku's eye, and he immediately asked the young girl behind the counter to grab one for him along with a Miruko cupcake for his mother. He waited patiently for the rest to choose their sweet before they started to head back towards the station. They talked about the upcoming sports festival, and Mei thoroughly enjoyed telling Ida and Uraraka about how she plans on showing off her babies to the world. They finally arrived at the station and exchanged numbers before separating. Izuku smiled as Uraraka immediately created a group for the four of them. Chapter 22. Beep! 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 Izuku gasped as he sat up before slamming his All-Might alarm clock. He smiled as he realized he only woke up once during the night from a bad dream. It was a huge improvement, and he knew his conversation with Hound Dog was the reason for it. Getting out of bed, Izuku felt more energized and decided to go for a run while he had time. Putting on a pair of blue shorts and a black t-shirt that said bottle, Izuku left his room and made his way to the door. Oh! Going for a run, sweetie? His mother asked as she left her room. Yeah, I got a little more sleep last night, and I want to use some of that energy, Izuku said as he tied on his shoes. He quickly began to do a few stretches and watched his mother make her way to the kitchen. I'll have an extra big breakfast ready for you when you get back, she said excitedly. Izuku smiled appreciatively at his mother before leaving the apartment. It was still dark out, but the air was still warm. Izuku made his way through his neighborhood, running past the old playground, his elementary school, his middle school, and then finally making his way down the shoreline. The sun was beginning to climb up the water, and Izuku stopped to enjoy the view. Down the street he could see some people opening up their shops, and he decided it was about time he headed back. He quickly made it home and was happy to see his mother making the last finishes on breakfast. Go take a shower, hun. It'll be here when you get back. Izuku grumbled about having to wait to eat, but quickly made his way to the bathroom. After showering and changing into his uniform, Izuku quickly sat down at the table, thanked his mother for the food, and dug in. Izuku! Slow down! Inko scolded him. Izuku stopped chewing and looked at her guiltily. Sorry, he said as after he swallowed. It's just really good. His mother blushed at the compliment and swatted at him. That doesn't mean you have to eat it whole, she continued as she brought her empty plate to the kitchen. Izuku chuckled before finishing his breakfast. He quickly helped his mother clean up before rushing back to his bedroom and looking at the time. 30 minutes. I have 30 minutes to find it. Izuku quickly got to work and began searching through his old notebooks. After going through 4 of his notebooks, he finally found the one he was looking for and put it in his school bag. Checking the time, he still had 10 minutes to spare. Guess I'll go even earlier than planned. Mom! I'm going! Izuku called as he rushed to the door. Okay. Have a good day at school, Inko called. She exited her bedroom in her own work clothes. And don't forget to invite Hatsum over this weekend. I won't, Izuku said before leaving the apartment. After he had spent that day at Mei-chan's, his mother insisted she got to meet her and return the invitation. Izuku was both excited and scared out of his mind for the two to meet. The trip to UA felt shorter than usual, but Izuku blamed his busy mind for that. He was happy to see the press hadn't showed up yet, but he wasn't surprised since school wouldn't start for another hour. He made his way to the library and smiled at Idiom. Idiom wasn't a popular hero, but she was a smart one. She was very willing to help Izuku and may find a book on thermodynamics and statistical mechanics yesterday. She had even taken the time to explain some of the material to them. Hello, Midoriya, she said from her desk. Need another book to help you on your little project? No, I was actually wondering if I could use the photocopier? Izuku asked politely. Of course. It's just in the corner. Do you know how to use it? Idiom asked as she pointed to the machine in the corner. Izuku nodded. Awesome, let me know if you need any help. Izuku walked over and did what he needed to do. Grabbing the papers he printed, Izuku made his way to one of the tables. On a few extra pieces of paper he added more and more to the notes, with a new perspective. His pen seemed to zoom across the page easily as his mind filled with more and more ideas. He noticed Idiom watching him curiously, but ignored her as he continued to write. Once he was satisfied, he gathered the pages and thanked Idiom before leaving. Aizawa was sure of one thing and one thing only as he made his way to his homeroom class. He did not have enough coffee this morning. When he opened the door, the room grew quiet and he walked to his podium, ready to say his morning speech before taking a nap. Later today we'll be having a basic combat exercise with the help of a few other teachers. But for now I want everyone to finish working on whatever homework you were given in other classes. I will be taking a nap and if any of you wake me up, you'll be expelled, Aizawa said. His students immediately got to work, save for Ida and Yayorozu who probably had all their homework finished and ready to hand in. Aizawa began to zip up his sleeping bag until something on his podium caught his eye. There was a stack of papers he knew for a fact were not there when he had dropped off his things this morning before going to the staff room. Picking them up, Aizawa took a glance at the first page and froze. Hero name, Eraserhead. Age unknown. Gender male. Quirk, eraser. Can erase the quirk of anyone in his sight. The words were written messily, like it had been written by an 8-year-old. And Aizawa believed that it had been. I realized you did have a quirk, and it's amazing. I wrote 3 whole pages about it. It was hard, since you don't like publicity. But I was able to do it anyway. Aizawa almost smiled before he realized some of his students were looking at him. He quickly sat down against the wall so he was out of view of his students, and continued to read Midoriya's analysis on him. It was detailed. Scarily detailed. He had remembered hearing Nedzu and Higuri praising Midoriya for his intelligence, but reading it was something else. After the first 3 pages was an additional 2 that were written much better than the previous. It was obvious that they were written recently and the information they held was even more accurate. Aizawa hid a small smile behind his scarf when he finally finished. He wasn't sure if this was Midoriya trying to prove his point that Aizawa was a good hero or if there was another reason behind Midoriya's actions. Either way, it made Aizawa smile. The bell rang and Aizawa stood and gave his students directions to change into their gym clothes and meet in one of the gyms. Aizawa placed Midoriya's analysis in his desk and made a mental note to find the time to speak to him today. Maybe I'll postpone my afternoon nap. Have fun at your meeting with Nedzu, Mei called from the class. Izuku sent her a small smile as he continued down the hall. He was just about to pass Class 1A when the door slammed open and Izuku took a step back in fright. "Midoriya," Aizawa said as he stepped to the side. "Come in, we need to talk." "Oh no, did I do something wrong? Was it the analysis? Did I offend him? Was it because I snuck into his classroom?" Izuku slowly made his way into the classroom. It was empty, so the class was probably doing hero training. "Get it together. You wanted to talk to him. That was the point of giving him the analysis. Take a seat in the front row," Aizawa said as he sat down at his desk. Izuku scrambled over and sat in the seat in front of him, silently wondering whose seat it was. Aizawa picked up a stack of papers that Izuku recognized as his analysis and waved it in the air. "This," Aizawa started, "was really good. You have a talent for quirk analysis, kid. No wonder Nedza likes you." Izuku stared at the hero not knowing what to say, so he just nodded frantically with a bright blush on his face. "That aside, why did you leave it for me to find?" Almight. Izuku lowered his head and stared at the desk. "How do I start this conversation? It came so easily with Mei. I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't know how else to get your attention. And I had already told you about my analysis on you, so I thought you might want to read it." It came out more as a question than an answer, but Izuku was proud that he didn't stutter. Aizawa's face was hard to read, which only made the balloon in Izuku's chest grow. "What did you want to talk about?" Aizawa asked. "I thought that I would have felt better after our conversation in the hospital," Izuku stated as he refused to look the teacher in the eyes. "But I didn't. At my appointment with Hound Dog yesterday, he helped me realize that I never actually let you talk. So I thought." Izuku trailed off, the words leaving his mind before he could say them. "Midoriya, it's okay." Izuku finally looked up at Aizawa to see his features had softened. "While I was upset you put yourself in danger, I must admit you did it in a very smart way. I would have been a lot more angry with you had you jumped into it like a fight. Instead, you distracted the villains in the only way you could think of, and there is nothing wrong with that." Izuku stared at Aizawa, letting his words sink in. He was trying his very best not to burst out in tears. Instead, he grabbed the edges of his sleeves and tried to take a deep breath. Unfortunately, his breath shook and he could tell Aizawa noticed as a single tear rolled down his cheek. "As for our conversation in the hospital, I can see why you didn't let me talk," Aizawa continued. "I was frustrated at the time, but I realized afterwards that you probably felt desperate. I must say the things you said did help relieve some of my stress, and I must thank you for that. I must also say that you should in no way feel guilty about what occurred on that day. If it hadn't been for your quick thinking, things could have ended up a lot worse." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief at the teacher's words. "Listen, what you are feeling is very common for heroes after a major incident," Aizawa said, his voice a little softer than before. "I can assure you, even Almight has had times when he thought he could have done better, but there is no way to redo the past." Aizawa paused, looking Izuku in the eyes as he said the next part. "But you can learn from it, and Hound Dog will help you do so. In the meantime, remember this: you were brave, you were smart, and you made UA proud." "I thank you," Izuku stuttered out. "How's your eye?" Aizawa let out a low chuckle and reached for the bandage over his eye. "The eye's fine. Recovery girl says it will heal and it shouldn't affect my quirk." Izuku released his hold on his uniform while letting out a small breath he didn't realize he was holding. A few tears fell down his cheeks, but he ignored them. "Good," Izuku said finally, nodding his head the tiniest bit. "You have a meeting with Nedzu, correct?" Aizawa asked. Izuku nodded and wiped at his fallen tears. "Better get to it, the mammal is an impatient one." Izuku nodded and bowed before leaving the classroom and rushing down the hall. "You made UA proud." The words replayed over and over in Izuku's head as he walked down the hall with tears still silently falling down his face. After finally hearing what Eraserhead wanted to say, Izuku felt a lot better. He wiped the tears from his face and began thinking about what he wanted to talk to Hound Dog about next. When he finally arrived at the principal's office, he hoped he looked like he hadn't just been crying. Opening the door, he stood frozen as he saw All Might, in his small form, sitting across from Nezu. "Ah, Midoriya. I was becoming worried. I hope you don't mind, but I asked Mr. Yagi to join us in our lessons today," Nezu said happily. Izuku did his best to return the smile while hiding his nerves, but he is sure he failed. Izuku stayed where he was in the doorway, feeling as though his feet were glued to the floor. Slowly, he picked up Hifi and walked towards them. His hands started to shake, so he grabbed the edges of his uniform. "I'm gonna end up stretching my sleeves if this keeps happening." Izuku took his seat next to Mr. Yagi, finding it difficult to hide his nerves. Both Nezu and Tashinori realized this and gave each other a look. Izuku wasn't sure what the look meant, but it made his nerves even worse than before. "Midoriya, do you know why I asked Mr. Yagi to join us?" Nezu asked calmly. "Why would he invite All Might in his small form? Why? Did you see anything you think you weren't supposed to see?" Izuku looked up guiltily and nodded. "I can't lie to them. They know they have to. They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't." "We need to hear you say it, Midoriya," Nezu stated. "You invited him because I saw him at the USJ," Izuku stated simply. Nezu looked at him, urging him to continue. Izuku took a deep breath. Looking Nezu in the eye, he continued. "Because I know he is All Might." Chapter 23. All Might sighed next to him and Izuku lowered his head, staring down at his lap. "You aren't in any trouble, Midoriya." Izuku looked up at All Might. There was nothing in his face showing that he was lying and Izuku released his sleeves slightly. "I knew that I wouldn't be able to hide my small form forever. I just hope that you can keep this a secret." Izuku nodded frantically. "Oh, of course. I swear All Might. I haven't told anyone and I don't plan to." Izuku rushed out. "Calm down, young Midoriya," All Might said, putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stared at the hand, relaxing a bit on the outside, but freaking out on the inside. "All Might's hand is on my shoulder. All Might's hand is on my shoulder. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh." "Midoriya," Nezu said, breaking Izuku away from his fanboying thoughts. "Thank you for keeping this under wraps. I know this must be a very heavy secret to hold." It had been. Izuku wanted to ask so many questions about All Might's small form, but refused to let them out. "The more I know, the more secrets I carry. I also wanted to say that I am very happy you are all right," Nezu continued. "You gave us quite the scare when you passed out." "You're telling me," Izuku breathed. "My mother is scary when she scolds me about forgetting to pick up my towel after a shower. She's even scarier when she scolds you while crying." All Might laughed beside him and Izuku gave him a small smile. "I can't imagine Inko being scary," All Might stated. Izuku's smile turned devious. "If you want, I can show you." Turning to Nezu, Izuku didn't let his smile drop. "Call her and tell her you caught All Might helping me cheat on a test. She'll be down here in minutes. I'll hide in the closet so you can get the majority of the heat first when she arrives, All Might." Izuku knew Nezu would play along to mess with All Might, and he was right as the mammal picked up his phone. "I'm on it." "No. That's not necessary. I believe you, I believe you." All Might rushed, helping Nezu put the phone back. Izuku and Nezu both shared a small chuckle and All Might kept looking from one to the other. "I'm starting to think having you two together is a bad idea." "Nonsense. Midoriya and I are quite the team. With my mentoring and Midoriya's natural intelligence, we can do great things," Nezu said happily as he leaned forward on his desk. Izuku smiled at his principal. Looking over to All Might, Izuku saw an expression of pure horror on the No.1 hero's face. Izuku did his best, but laughter escaped his mouth at seeing All Might afraid of something so small. "Oh!" Nezu exclaims out of the blue. Looking back over to Izuku, he put his hands together. "I hope you don't mind me asking, and you certainly don't have to tell me the details, but how did your meeting with Hound Dog go? Do you believe it will help?" Izuku smiled. "The teachers here really are amazing." "It went really well," Izuku said with an honest smile. "He helped me realize some things I hadn't thought of." Suddenly, Izuku remembered the book he still had in his bag. Oh! Actually, you reminded me of something I was gonna ask you. Izuku reached into his bag, looking for the hero agency occupations book Hound Dog had given him. Do you want me to leave for this, young Midoriya? Almight asked from next to him. Nope. I'd actually like your opinion too, if you don't mind, Izuku said as he retrieved the book. I've been thinking since the USJ and I know I want to be a support engineer, but I also want to help heroes in another way too. That's why Hound Dog gave me this book. Izuku handed the book to All Might, who opened it and looked through some of the pages. It has all the occupations a hero agency might have, and I was wondering if you might be able to help me narrow down my options. Izuku watched as All Might handed the book over to Nezu, who took it happily. Well, Midoriya, I'm sure I can speak for All Might when I say we would love to help you, Nezu says as he opens the book. He looks at a few pages before looking back at Izuku. Could you describe to us what you were thinking? Well, I was thinking something that could involve me in cases without me having to be in the field directly? It came out more as a question, but Izuku continued. I want to be able to use my knowledge on quirk analysis, and I still want to have the time to work on hero costume designs. One thing that I could think of on the top of my head would be a detective, All Might said. He was holding his chin in his hand, thinking hard. But being a detective is a full-time job, and you would have to climb the ranks as a police officer first. Private investigators don't, Nezu added. But they work mostly with civilian cases, not villains and heroes. Izuku nodded understandingly. I thought about that too, but came to the same conclusion. I'm looking for something that would have me working with heroes directly, from the very beginning, Izuku stated as he leaned back in his chair. Oh, this seems right up your alley, Nezu said excitedly as he turned the book towards Izuku and All Might. Occupation: Quirk and Battle Analyst. Job description: analyzing the quirks of new or upcoming villains. Gives detailed descriptions and reports to heroes. Salary: depends on agency. Occupation status in agencies: rare. That does seem to suit your natural gift of analyzing quirks, All Might said, looking up to him. But it says it's pretty rare, so you might have to start out working on your own before you find an agency to take you. Izuku nodded, looking back at the page. It does seem to really suit me, huh? Izuku chuckled. I thought this would have been a lot harder. I didn't even look through the book yet. I thought it was gonna be a tedious search, that's why I waited to have you help me. Izuku blushed, embarrassed that he had asked for help when there was an obvious answer waiting for him. Looking at the educational requirements, we could offer all of those to you here, Nezu continued excitedly. Looks like most go to university for them, but I'm sure I'm qualified enough. Yagi, would you mind speaking to Gran Torino about him teaching Midoriya an introductory course in investigations? And me? Talk to G-Gran Dash? All Might stuttered. Izuku's mouth dropped open, seeing the horrified look on All Might's face. Is All Might secretly a wimp, or is Gran Torino really that scary? Yes, if he turns us down we can always ask Detective Tsukachi if he'd be interested. Though it would take longer, since he would need to get a minor teaching license, Nezu said as he spun around in his chair. He seemed to be enjoying All Might's scared reaction. I was already preparing a proper lesson plan to enhance your analysis, so I'll finish that up by tomorrow. I hope you don't mind, but I will be changing your schedule around. I'll gather a few teachers to teach you university-level math and science, Nezu continued. He was speaking fast, and Izuku could tell that All Might was having trouble keeping up, unlike Izuku. You'll stay in your homeroom English, engineering, and art classes. But you'll spend the rest of your time in your own personalized timetable. Nezu looked over at Izuku excitedly. That's if you want, of course. You can always just wait till graduation and enter university. And no, I'd like to take the classes now, Izuku responded immediately. It would be a good challenge. Nezu smiled even brighter, and Izuku saw a tang of fright on All Might's face. Okay, Nezu does look a little too excited. Perfect, Nezu exclaimed. I'll have everything ready for you in a few days. Now, you better get going to class. Yes, sir. Izuku grabbed the book and placed it in his bag. Almight stood, but Nedza said he wanted to talk to him further. Izuku didn't fail to see Almight tense and wondered if all the teachers were afraid of Nedzu. He waved goodbye and left the office. Izuku quickly joined his class from Modern Hero Art History with Midnight. It was one of his favorite classes since he got to draw all sorts of hero costumes, even if they weren't his own designs. The rest of the day flew by after that, even his trip home. Izuku stepped off the train and continued to walk through his neighborhood slightly behind Bakugo. He said a quiet goodbye to him in front of Bakugo's house, receiving a grunt in return. Opening the door to his apartment, Izuku saw his mother waiting for him. "Izuku, you're finally home," Inko said as she stood from the couch and greeted her son. "What's wrong?" Izuku asked immediately. "What happened?" "Oh, nothing like that, hun. Your school just called about your new timetable and career plan. I wanted to talk to you about it," Inko explained as she pulled Izuku to the couch. Izuku let out a relieved sigh and followed his mother to the couch. He could tell his mother wasn't mad at him, which made him feel even more relaxed as he sat down next to her. "So, a Quirk analyst, huh?" Inko asked with a small smile. "Honey, that sounds absolutely perfect for you." Izuku smiled just as brightly as his mother, something Aunt Natsuki said only the two of them could accomplish. "Yeah, I realized after the USJ that I still wanted to help save people," Izuku said. He watched his mother pour him some tea and didn't miss the look of concern on her face. "Hound Dog gave me this book that had all the possible jobs at a hero agency, and Quirk and Battle Analyst is one of them." "And you still plan on being a support engineer?" "Oh honey, you're gonna be busy," Inko said with an amused smile. "Though I have no doubt you will survive. Just make sure you marry someone nice and give me at least one grandbaby before I go." Izuku blushed and immediately began to stutter. "Maybe that handsome girl, she's nice, right Izuku?" "Mom!" Izuku felt his cheeks heat up immediately, and he knew he looked like a tomato. Inko laughed, and Izuku loved hearing it. Ever since Izuku chose to be a support engineer, his mother had been happier and less worried about him. "May and I are just friends." Okay. Now tell me about these new courses you'll be taking." "Well, Nedzu is gonna be teaching me analysis," Izuku began, taking a sip of his tea. "And either someone named Gran Torino or Detective Tsukachi will be teaching me an Introduction to Investigations course. I don't know who'll be teaching me the other stuff. Nedzu said he'd ask the teachers for volunteers." "Oh, that's exciting, honey," Inko said before raising her hand and brushing some of Izuku's curls behind his ear. "I am so proud of you, you know that, right?" Izuku nodded and leaned into his mother's hand. "I know, Mom," Izuku whispered. Inko smiled even brighter and stood. "Would you like to help me make supper? Katsuki is such a great cook, I think it's about time you caught up," Inko said as she made her way to the kitchen. Izuku laughed and followed her. "Kaken is a beast in the kitchen. It's scary." Inko laughed at her son's words. The two got to work, Izuku following his mother's order as though they were law. She had him cut up the vegetables, teaching him how to do it properly so that he wouldn't cut himself with the knife. They made curry and it was delicious. Izuku couldn't help but be proud even though his mother did most of the work. When they were finished, Izuku helped his mother with the dishes before finishing his homework on the kitchen dining table. "You don't watch Hero Watch as much anymore," Inko said from the living room couch. "Yeah, I guess I've been a little more focused on school," Izuku said as he finished his reflection on a painting of a hero named Edge Shot. It was a beautiful painting that only used the hero's signature colors, red, white, blue, and black. "I still go on the hero forums and read up on everything going on, though. I just find it funny," Inko giggled. "I remember when you missed the first 5 minutes once, and you cried for over an hour. You never forgot to record them ahead of time after that." "I was 6," Izuku called defensively. His mother continued to giggle from her spot on the couch. Izuku huffed, and put his school things back in his bag. "You better not be like this when May comes over this weekend." "Oh honey," Inko said, turning to look at him. "I'll be worse," Izuku grumbled as he made his way to the couch to sit next to her. "I wouldn't expect anything less from you," Izuku said with a smile. Inko smiled back and hugged her son. The two watched a random movie on TV. It was an old hero movie, obviously from before quirks were manifested. Izuku got one of his notebooks out and wrote about the fantasy powers the characters had and how they got them. It truly was entertaining to watch as someone who grew up with superpowers all around him. "Don't stay up too late," Inko said as she stood up. She yawned loudly before walking towards her room. "I won't, I'm just gonna finish the movie," Izuku said as he scribbled down the new information the heroes gathered about the villain. "Okay, sweetie, good night." "Good night." Chapter 24. "Good morning, my lovely teachers." Aizawa sighed, lowering his head onto the table in front of him. The surprise meeting had only just started, but he could already feel a headache coming in. Yamada placed his hand on his shoulder in pity, and Aizawa met his gaze to mouth the words, "Kill me now." "I am so glad you all could come in early for this meeting," Nedza said from his spot on the other side of Aizawa. "First, I would like a progress report on the new security system." Aizawa looked up lazily as Cementos read from the papers in front of him. "We've replaced all our systems with the one you requested," he began. Aizawa lowered his head again, shutting his eyes, but still listening carefully. "We've also hired a few pros to randomly break into the school to help test the new system. I asked them to give you or myself a warning before they do so." "Wonderful!" Nedzu exclaimed loudly. Aizawa flinched at the loud noise beside his ear and wished he had arrived sooner and had taken a seat further from the mammal's designated seat. "Hound Dog, you've had a few meetings with some of the students who were attacked. Are you able to let us know how they have been progressing?" "They've all made progress in their own ways," Hound Dog said from his seat. "I can't say any details, but I am able to say that the ones who have come to me are working towards a more peaceful state of mind." Aizawa let out a small sigh of relief, barely audible only to the two seated next to him. He had highly encouraged his students to make an appointment with Hound Dog, and he was glad to hear that almost half of his class had listened to him. He wasn't told who though, so he was still keeping a watchful eye on all of them. "I am glad to hear that," Nedza said, even louder than before. Aizawa glared at the mammal and wondered to himself whether he was doing it on purpose to get on Aizawa's nerves. The evil smile on the mammal's face told him that he was. "And now I suppose I should tell you the main reason as to why I gathered you," Nedza said happily. Aizawa raised off of the table, finally feeling the need to look professional. "I am happy to announce that one of our students is in need of a unique course plan, and I am looking for volunteers to dash." The entire group of teachers seemed to shake their head no before the mammal could finish. Aizawa was close to standing up and leaving. He had enough on his plate as is, and there was no way he would give up his only spare to teach one kid. "You didn't even let me dash." "Nedzu, with all due respect," Ectoplasm said seriously, speaking for the whole group. "But we all have full timetables and a second job as pro heroes. I don't think any of us could find the time." The entire group of teachers nodded, agreeing with Ectoplasm. "I understand that," Nedzu replied, still in a happy tone as though he was unfazed with the teacher's reaction. "But Midoriya is a wonderful student who works hard. I thought the least we could do would be to work just as hard for him." Aizawa's head shot up at the mention of Midoriya. He had expected this to be about a second or third year who changed their career plan altogether, but a first year? Aizawa knew the kid was smart. His analysis and quick thinking during the attack told him so, but why did he need a new timetable? Wasn't he already taking private lessons with Nedzu already? "Midoriya? I thought you'd be talking about a third year. Why does Midoriya need a new course plan?" It was Midnight who spoke, her face in a frown similar to Aizawa's. "After the attack on the USJ, Midoriya began thinking about his future in more detail," Nedza said calmly. "He said he wanted to help heroes more than by just building them a suit or support gear, so he did some research and found the perfect job." "Which would be?" Yamada asked impatiently. He was moving his hand in a circular motion to encourage the mammal to continue. "On top of being a support engineer, Midoriya wishes to be a quirk and battle analyst." The excitement in Nedza's voice told Aizawa that he was proud of Midoriya's decision. Aizawa couldn't help but agree that the job suited Midoriya perfectly, since he was already so scarily accurate with his analysis. And for this, he needs a new timetable? Vlad King looked skeptical, though Aizawa was wondering the same thing. Well, Midoriya has already finished the third-year science and math courses, so him being in the first-year ones is just unnecessary. Nedzu began. He also said he would rather not have to go to university, if he can help it, and I have the qualifications to teach him analysis myself. That leaves investigation, science, and math. I've already got someone in mind for investigation, but I do not have the time to teach him science, math, and analysis. Nedzu looked around the room, his eyes stopping on 13, Snipe, Vlad King, and Ectoplasm. Aizawa also looked at the 4 teachers. Ectoplasm and Snipe were the only 2 qualified to teach university-level mathematics, and 13 and Vlad King were the same but in science. Aizawa watched as the 4 teachers looked at their common pair and seemed to have a silent argument. Fine, Vlad King said finally. I'll teach the kids science. Is there any particular field? I'm best with biology since it helped me better understand my quirk. I was thinking that whichever teacher cracked first would determine the field to focus on, Nedzu said matter-of-factly. Since you'll be teaching him this year, focus on biology and do some chemistry as well. Next year, Nedzu turned and looked at 13. 13 will teach him physics and some more chemistry if needed. His third year will probably be a mix, but we'll get to that when it comes. I have also asked Idiom to help when she can, and she said she would be happy to do so. Now it was up to Ectoplasm and Snipe to decide which one of them would teach Midoriya math. Aizawa looked at the 2 to see Ectoplasm had a pained expression on his face. The kid is smart, Ectoplasm began. It would be nice to teach such a dedicated student. I want him, Snipe interrupted. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Snipe had always loved bragging about teaching prodigy students. No wonder he'd jump at the chance the second he hears Ectoplasm say the kid is bright. What? No! I was about to dash. But I already said it, so I get him, Snipe said stubbornly. Nedzu sighed from beside Aizawa. It wasn't the first time the 2 had fought over something simple. The 2 almost acted like brothers, which Aizawa couldn't judge because him and Yamada did the same thing. Rock, paper, scissors! Best 2 out of 3! Winner gets to teach Midoriya! Yamada exclaimed loudly. Aizawa rolled his eyes at the stupidity of the idea, but his expression turned to shock as the 2 professionals actually began to play rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Snipe won. Rock, paper, scissors. Ectoplasm won. Rock, paper, scissors. Yes! Ectoplasm exclaimed, a little too loudly for Aizawa's liking. Wonderful! The teachers quickly returned to their seats and gave the mammal all their attention once more. I will make the final adjustments and keep everyone in the loop. Meeting closed. Aizawa hesitated, a thought coming to mind. Nedzu, said Mammal, turned and looked up at Aizawa happily. Yes, Eraserhead? What about self-defense? Aizawa asked. The mammal seemed to think for a moment before nodding. I had not thought about that, but I suppose with Midoriya's intelligence and the amount of classified information he would be exposed to, he would be a target to some villain organizations. The mammal stood from his seat and began to make his way towards the door. Good idea, Eraserhead. You will be in charge of teaching Midoriya self-defense. What? No, I was not dash. I'm thinking 3 times a week after school? Yes, that would work exceptionally. The mammal continued, ignoring Aizawa as he followed after him. I was not offering myself, Aizawa said furiously. Nedzu turned and looked up at him seriously. Though he was way taller than him, Aizawa felt like he was being looked down upon. But you are the most logical choice. Aizawa was going to refuse, but stopped himself to hear the mammal out. Midoriya is quirkless. You fight almost quirkless. You have the best combat skills out of all the teachers here. You are the best choice. Aizawa wanted to argue, but couldn't. Instead he sighed and nodded. Twice a week, I don't have time to do anything more. Nedzu smiled and continued down the hall happily. Aizawa dragged his hand down his bandaged face. At least it's a student I respect. It was chillier than Izuku expected. As he ran down the pier, he started to wish he had brought a sweater. He slowed to a stop to look out at the sunrise. He had been watching it slowly rise while on his run, but now almost the whole sun was visible above the water. Izuku pulled his phone and took a photo. Maybe I'll try and draw this later. I've only drawn people before. Are landscapes harder or easier? Putting his phone back in his pocket. Turning around, Izuku started to make his way back home. On the way, Izuku kept looking around for inspiration. To his left, Izuku watched as a man started to open up his cafe. He was putting up the umbrellas on each of the small tables that lined the front of the small cafe when the wind picked up and one of the umbrellas flew a few feet away. Wait a second. Izuku started to run faster than before. Once he reached his building, he sprinted up the stairs and rushed to his apartment. I'm home! Izuku yelled as he tore off his shoes and grabbed his slippers. His mother jumped and put a hand over her heart as she glared at him. You scared me! Izuku apologized as he rushed into his room to retrieve his support notebook. By the look on your face, someone got an idea! Izuku returned to the kitchen where his mother was cooking, still writing in his notebook. Looking up with a bright smile, he replied. I did. I saw an umbrella get caught in the wind and blow a few feet away on my walk and dash. Inko began to laugh before her son could even finish. It amazes me how something so normal could inspire you. Inko laughed before turning around to pull something out of the oven. Go ahead and continue, sweetie. Right, Izuku said, clearing his throat. It got me thinking about how it would be useful for heroes trying to keep distance between them and villains with quirks that are good in close combat. If the hero wants to make space between them and the villain without straining themselves, they could use an escape chute. Inko smiled as she saw the excited expression on Izuku's face. She listened carefully as Izuku talked about how he could hide the chute in costumes, and how it could have another function if the hero began to fall from a high place. Izuku then began to ramble about how he should make it removable in case the hero wants to put it on a civilian, or a fellow hero who is in danger. The two ate breakfast, Izuku explaining to his mother how he planned to use some of his other designs to make it. Time for school and work came a little too quickly, and both realized they would be late if they didn't move quickly. Izuku shoved his notebooks in his bag and grabbed his red tie, shoving it in his pocket. I don't have time to fight with the stupid thing. I'll put it on at school. Izuku ran down the street to the station and was happy that he made it just in time for the train. He sat down on the seat right next to the door, but quickly stood to offer it to an old woman who walked on right after him. Oh, thank you, young man. The woman smiled up at Izuku as she sat down, and he returned it. It's my pleasure, ma'am, Izuku replied. He was about to pull out his phone to make time go by faster, but the woman continued. That's a uniform, is it not? The woman asked kindly. Izuku blushed and nodded. My grandson wanted to go there, but it is so hard to get in. You must be a bright one. I wouldn't say that. I'm in the support course and I had experience at an internship with a support company beforehand. I guess you could say I was a little ahead of the game. Well, that just makes you sound even brighter in my opinion. Izuku smiled and continued to speak to the woman the whole ride. She spoke about her grandson who is now in university and wants to work for the Hero Commission someday. Izuku shared his own plan for the future, and the woman gushed over him. Oh, you are such a smart young man. I'm sure you'll be successful no matter what you do. Izuku smiled even brighter and said a soft goodbye to the woman as the train arrived at his station. The woman waved and he returned it as he made his way off the train. The station was packed and Izuku fought his way through the crowd. He was suddenly glad he now had experience with breaking through large crowds as he exited the station easily. He began to walk quickly towards UA and saw that there were other students who were also running late. At least I'm not the only one. Chapter 25. Izuku made it into the classroom just before the bell rang. He let out a large sigh of relief and sat down in his seat next to Mei. When she saw the look on Izuku's face, Mei let out a small giggle which Izuku returned with a poor attempt of a glare. All right, class, Mr. Higuri said as he stood from his desk. For the rest of our time up until the sports festival, Your only classes will be engineering and homeroom. We want you to have as many of your own gadgets to use during the festival as possible, so use your time properly. Izuku's face broke out into an excited grin. Looking over to Mei, she had an even brighter one on her face. She slightly leaned towards Izuku when he got her eye. We'll be able to finish the goggles by this afternoon, Mei whispered, her hand blocking her mouth from Mr. Higuori's view. Izuku knew the man could tell she was talking, but there were others doing the same all around the classroom, so he didn't say anything. All right. Get packed up and meet in the lab, Mr. Higuori said as he left the classroom. Izuku waited for Mei to repack all her items and the two left, following behind their classmates. As they exited the classroom, Izuku noticed Nedza standing off to the side. When the two made eye contact, the mammal motioned Izuku forward. Is everything okay? Izuku asked nervously. I hope he didn't see me running to class. I just wanted to let you know that I have gathered enough teachers for your new timetable, Nedza said excitedly. To give the teachers enough time to plan out the courses, we'll leave it to start after the sports festival. That way you'll also have lots of time to prepare. That's amazing, Izuku said excitedly. New timetable? Mei asked sadly from beside Izuku. Oh. Young Midoriya has had a small change in long-term goals, so he'll be taking a few extra courses, Nedzu explained. Izuku looked over at Mei guiltily. Not to worry. He'll still be in about half of your classes. Have a wonderful day. Nedzu walked away at that. Izuku was about to speak but was silenced as Mei smacked his arm. Oh. You didn't tell me, Mei yelled, sounding both angry but happy. I was going to tell you this morning, but I was late, Izuku replied, blocking another one of Mei's jabs. Would you stop hitting me? You two are going to be late, Mr. Higuori said loudly from behind them. Izuku and Mei both jumped before turning to face their teacher. I'm also a little sad to hear you'll be taking extra courses, Midoriya. Usually I have students like you two skip the unnecessary classes and spend your time in the lab with me. But I guess I'll just have to be happy I still have Hatsum. And I will of course steal you from time to time. You mean I get to work on my babies even more often? Mei asked excitedly. Mr. Higuori chuckled as he began to lead the two to the lab. After the sports festival, if you keep your grades up, you two can both spend more time with me in the lab, Mr. Higuori answered. I'll have you help me do repairs on some of the hero course students' costumes and work on your own projects. Mei squealed in excitement next to Izuku. The two quickly made their way to their bench to finish the last adjustments on the goggles. The two worked well together, as they both seemed to know what the other needed right before they could ask. Takahashi had told the two multiple times that it was scary to watch them, but they had both shrugged it off. Mei was right, and by the end of the day they had completed and tested out the goggles. Izuku was impressed at how well they fitted his head, even though he was the one who used the measurements Mei took to design it. He didn't like the testing part though. Abiko and Mei were a little too excited to throw things at Izuku from all directions. He quickly had to explain that they needed to remember that the goggles did not assist in his coordination, and that he was not able to catch three things at once, especially when they all came from different directions. That was fun, Abiko commented as her, Mei, Takahashi and Izuku made their way towards the front gate. I agree, Mei added. Izuku-kun, we should throw stuff at you more often. Takahashi started to laugh as Izuku gave the two girls a pained expression. We are never doing that again, Izuku grumbled. But what if it's to test one of our prototypes? Abiko exclaimed, pouting slightly. Come on, Midoriya. You're my favorite test subject. Izuku glared at the girl, which only resulted in Takahashi laughing even louder, doubling over as he tried to catch his breath. You better watch it, Takahashi. Or you just might be next. Mei jokes. Takahashi immediately sobered and looked up in horror. As long as it isn't one of your projects. They explode more than Fujiki's do, Takahashi countered. The group laughed, remembering the explosion their classmate, Fujiki, had caused this morning. You're supposed to explode them on your first try, Mei argued. Where's the excitement if you don't? Oh my, how boring my life would be without the constant chance that my classmate could cause an explosion that could kill me at any given time. Abiko mumbled, sarcasm dripping through her voice. Mei looked at her with mock disbelief that sent the group into another fit of giggles. Do you have your charger? Yes. Did you have a spare change of clothes? Yes. Do you have dash? Mama, Izuku drawled, standing up after he finished tying his last shoe. I have everything I need, I promise. I'm just making sure, Inko said defensively. Do you remember that time you went to school with nothing but your Almight figurine? I was 5, Izuku argued. Gosh, why do you keep bringing up these embarrassing stories lately? Mei-chan told them to Abiko and Takahashi the minute we got to school. Inko began to giggle and Izuku looked at her with a hurt expression. It isn't funny. Inko laughed harder, pulling Izuku in for a big hug. I know. Inko mumbled into her son's shoulder. She suddenly grew quiet as Izuku wrapped his arms around her. Be safe today. I don't want you coming home with any injuries, okay? I can't promise I won't get hurt, but I will promise to be careful, Izuku mumbled. Inko squeezed him even harder before releasing him. I can't believe my baby's gonna be on TV, Inko said with a proud smile. Mitsuki, Masaru and I will be cheering for you and Katsuki the whole time. Izuku smiled, saying one more goodbye before leaving the apartment. Izuku arrived at the arena where the sports festival for the first years was being held a lot sooner than he expected. The outside was busy with pro heroes in both civilian clothing and their costumes walking around and chatting. Izuku looked around, trying to name as many as he could in his head before he decided he should get inside. The second Mr. Higuri spotted him, he took him to the side. Midoriya! I'm glad you came early. Come with me. Izuku followed his teacher, suddenly nervous. Mr. Higuri led him to a private room where Nezu and Midnight were already waiting inside. Am I in trouble? Izuku asked worriedly. He couldn't think of one reason as to why they needed to speak to him, or why Mr. Higuri would sound so rushed. No, Midoriya, you are not in trouble, Nezu said from his seat. But we do have a favor to ask. Ms. Hada, the support student who was supposed to give a small speech along with the top students of the business, general and hero courses, is sick. Since you scored the second highest among the support students in the exam, we were wondering if you could replace her. Izuku froze in his spot, already stuttering. And me? T-talk in front of all those H-heroes? It doesn't have to be much, kiddo, Midnight said, trying to sound reassuring. All you gotta say is do your best, everyone, and you're done. I am not good with public speech, Izuku mumbled, grabbing the edges of his sleeves. I know, and I feel really bad about asking you this, Mr. Higuri said. Is there anything we could give you in return that could convince you to do this? Izuku paused as he thought about it. Something in return? What could they give me in? Can I get a signed poster from all of the staff at UA? Izuku brightened immediately at the thought. He could see the amusement on Midnight's face as she smiled at him. Deal! Nezu exclaimed happily. I'll have that done for you, Midoriya. Now you better get on your way to your class prep room. You could use the time to prepare. Izuku followed his principal's orders, both excitement and fear in his system. He passed by Recovery Girl's make-do nurse's office and kindly waved to her as he passed. Continuing down the hall, Izuku walked by the business course classes prep rooms. Peeking in, he saw that most of them were making bets. You're joking, right? We're talking about Endeavor's son. He's obviously gonna be in first place. Just because his dad's a hero doesn't mean there aren't others who have powerful enough quirks. You're forgetting strategy. The winner will obviously be the person both good grades and talent. I believe that will be Ida. Don't forget 1B. They have powerful people too, you know. Izuku smiled to himself and rolled his eyes. He had wondered how the business students would act towards the festival, and now he knew. They didn't care about winning themselves, they cared about betting on who the winner would be. Walking further down the hall, he came across the 1H prep room. He quickly opened the door and entered. Izuku! Izuku was immediately on the floor as Mei tackled him in a hug. Pick out your support gear already. I want to see how you look. Looking up, Izuku saw that Mei already had everything on, which explained why she felt heavier than usual. Okay. But you're gonna have to get off of me. Mei immediately shot up and pulled Izuku over to where his items were laid out for him. Izuku stared at the items before slipping off his jacket. He chose everything that would help him in combat: coordination, speed, and agility. The only thing he couldn't use was his signal catcher. Wow, you two are really decked out! Izuku turned to see Takahashi and Abiko approaching them. He immediately noticed that compared to their classmates, Izuku and Mei stood out like a sore thumb. Unfortunately, due to their experience, Mei and Izuku were the only ones to have more than enough gadgets to help them out during the festival. Because of this, most of the class decided not to get their prototypes cleared to be used. Izuku was pretty sure him and Mei were the only ones hoping to get somewhere in the tournament. I can't tell if you guys look stupid or just weird, Abiko commented. Izuku laughed at her honesty and looked in the mirror. In his opinion, both were accurate. The augmentation goggles were a similar design to Mei's, but silver in color. Izuku also wore a utility belt that held all of his tools, including his electric hook and static pole. Izuku also wore the gloves he had made that would protect him from being electrocuted by the two devices. His anti-gravity shoes were already on his feet, building up energy on his trip to the arena. Hey guys! It's time! Izuku left the room with the rest of his classmates. They waited in the long hallway next to classes 1F and 1G. Looking around, Izuku noticed that him and Mei were still the only ones decked out in gear. When their course was announced and the large door opened, the group of students began to walk out into the field. Okay. I gotta say something simple for my speech. Something encouraging to both people on and off the field. Izuku heard the crowd before he saw it, the sun shining too brightly in his eyes. When he was finally out of the hall, Izuku looked up and around at the giant crowd. He was surprised there were so many, considering this was just the first-year arena, but he guessed the attack on the USJ has gotten people's attention on 1A. Should I talk about sportsmanship? What are the others talking about? Am I first? Last? Izuku saw Midnight behind the stage the first years were gathering in front of. She beckoned him to follow, so he did. Leaving Mei's side, Izuku walked behind the stage where he saw Bakugo and two others waiting. Deku? Bakugo asked confused. Hey. I guess you're doing a speech too, huh? Izuku said nervously. His hands were slightly shaking so he clasped them together. Bakugo made a grunt noise to confirm before looking back towards the stage. What are you planning on saying? That I'm gonna win. Izuku snorted and Bakugo gave him a rough glare. Izuku ignored him and listened as Midnight began to talk. Alright, I've got this. Chapter 26. I just want to say I'm gonna win. Oh my god, he actually did it. Izuku stared at his friend in shock as the crowd booed and the other students yelled out in anger. Bakugo had a proud smirk on his face that Izuku tried to smack away as the general education representative stood up on the stage. I can't believe you actually did that! Izuku whisper yelled. I said I would, didn't I? Bakugo responded with a smirk. Izuku's hand slapped onto his own face as he turned to listen to the general ed student. UA is a lot more than cocky people who think they are better than the rest. Hero Course students should realize by now that just because they got in, doesn't mean they'll stay. Just wait and see. The purple-haired boy stepped down from the stage as there was a mix of boos and cheer from the crowd. Is no one going to encourage people to do their best? Is that not what we're supposed to be doing? Izuku watched as the female student from the business course got up for her speech, silently praying she wouldn't declare war as well. As the representative of the business course, I would just like to say that we do not plan on winning. Guess not. But I do know for a fact that the winner will most likely be the Hero Course student with the most talent and a respectful attitude. The girl glared in Bakugo's direction as she said the last part, and Izuku had to hold back his friend from attacking. Your turn, Midoriya, Midnight whispered. Izuku made his way onto the stage and looked down at the group of teenagers. Well, since no one else was being nice. Yui has been around since heroes first came to the field a long time ago. Izuku started. Silence fell all around the stadium as the crowd waited, probably expecting him to declare war like the rest. And since then, it has been known to nurture the best heroes, business majors and support engineers the world has ever seen. With the recent attack on our school, our generation has already proved that we are not an exception. The crowd roared in agreement, and Izuku waited for it to settle a little, blushing like crazy, before continuing. This year, from the general education course to the hero course, we plan on showing the world what we have to offer. Don't puke. Don't puke. Don't puke. So, my fellow students, let's start this festival off with a bang and go beyond dash. Plus ultra! The crowd screamed. Izuku grinned at the response and exited the stage where the other three were looking at him with respect. Way to get the crowd on your side, Deku. Pretty easy to do after following you. Bakugo snorted in response as the four joined the rest of the first years in front of the stage. Izuku quickly caught sight of Mei and joined her, and the rest of 1H while Kirishima pulled Bakugo towards 1A. Izuku listened intently as Midnight explained that the first event would be an obstacle course. As they were sent to the large doors at the side of the arena, Izuku looked at all the students and then the doors and made a quick observation. Not all of us can make it through that door at the same time. Izuku slowly made his way near the rear of the crowd. He noticed all the business course students around him who looked bored. Shaking his head, Izuku got in a ready position as President Mike began the countdown. Ready! Set! Go! Izuku jumped into the air, using his boots as a boost, towards the wall within the gate. He made contact, and quickly jumped to the other side twice more. The students below him were all pushing and shoving, so he knew he made the right choice. Suddenly, ice spread throughout the ground as Todoroki began to skate ahead of the group. Many of the 1A and some 1B students were quick to dodge as Izuku landed on the ice, slipping onto his back. Damn, Todoroki. Now I'm gonna bruise. Izuku got back onto his feet and followed the group. As he made it to the next clearing, a giant robot arrived and Todoroki froze its feet before carrying on. Izuku faltered as he saw the robot fall right in front of him and the other students. He didn't wait for Kirishima and another kid with a steel quirk to jump out from beneath the robot. Instead he ran around it, dodging the attacks from smaller robots. Are these the robots Kaken had said were used in the entrance exam? This is insane. Another giant robot arrived and Izuku was glad to see Bakugo take down the robot before it got too close to him. He noticed a third and decided it was his turn to do something. Reaching into his utility belt, Izuku retrieved his electric hook. Aiming it towards the robot's shoulder, Izuku pulled the trigger. The hook connected and retracted till it caught onto something. Giving it a reassuring tug, Izuku pressed the retracting button. He was lifted into the air and he pressed the shock button. The robot shook at the extra electricity and began to fall backwards as Izuku landed on its shoulder. Holding on for dear life, Izuku landed in a somersault as the robot fell with a loud clang. He could hear the crowd cheering loudly, but he wasn't sure if it was for him or someone else. I'll have to check the tapes later. Izuku quickly followed the direction he saw Todoroki leave in. The ground was leveled and Izuku was glad that he had running experience. Looking behind him, he saw the majority of 1A and 1B behind him. Mei was near Uraraka and Izuku smiled in their direction before turning back to see where he was going. Izuku noticed Todoroki and Bakugo both launching themselves into the air, seeming to avoid something on the ground, so he prepared to jump as well. As he got closer, the large gaps in the ground were more viewable, and he quickly aimed for one of the further, but still reachable, landings. As he landed, he heard Mei shout excitedly. Deciding he didn't have time to look back, he continued to jump from landing to landing. He began to realize he was running out of the energy stored in his boots. Looking around, Izuku quickly decided on the route that would take the least amount of energy. Wait a second, there's rope. Izuku shook his head at his own obliviousness and decided to take one final jump and then use the rope offered. When he got to the other side, Izuku took a quick look behind him to see everyone was starting to catch up. Turning back, he ran the rest of the way to the last obstacle. He was confused as he watched Todoroki and Bakugo's careful steps before reading the sign that said caution, mines. Should have brought the signal catcher. Izuku muttered to himself. He quickly followed Todoroki's path, using his footprints to guide him. He was able to walk slightly faster than the two ahead of him, but kept his distance knowing he didn't need to beat them, just stay where he is. Damn it! This is stupid! Izuku looked over to see his friend had set off one of the mines. He watched his friend notice the growing crowd before he set off an explosion, boosting himself forward. Damn you, Bakugo! Todoroki said in his monotone voice as he followed the blonde's lead and used his ice. Izuku quickly began to run, making sure to step on Todoroki's footsteps before sliding onto the ice. As he began to slow down, Izuku pulled out his static pole and used it as a paddle to keep him going. Izuku saw a girl with vine-like hair pass him just as they reached the finish line. The crowd was cheering loudly and Izuku looked up to the scoreboard, seeing Todoroki had just beaten Bakugo for first place. Looking back at the girl, he noticed a slight annoyance on her face. Shiozaki, right? Izuku asked quietly. The girl looked up at him, a little shocked at being spoken to, before nodding. You did really good. That was really cool how you used your hair as legs to get you through the mines without getting hurt. Thank you, you did good as well, Midoriya. I will be honest, I was not expecting a support student to take this festival very seriously. Shiozaki replied in a calm, soothing voice. Izuku chuckled slightly. I'll be honest, I've watched this festival since I was a kid. I don't really care about winning, since it doesn't affect me like it does you guys, but I want to at least do my best. Izuku said with a small smile. Shiozaki returned it before she was called over by the loud blonde Izuku recognized as the one he yelled at weeks prior. Ayuzuke-ren! Mei yelled as she crushed Izuku in a hug. Izuku gasped before turning towards her. You got 4th place! Izuku smiled as Mei ranted about how he had the eyes of all the business associates on him. You made it too, right? Izuku asked as Mei seemed to catch her breath. Yep! Mei responded with an excited grin on her face. Looking up at the board, Izuku saw that all of Class 1A had made it in. It seemed that Mei, Izuku and one other student were the only ones who weren't in the hero course that made it through. Hitoshi Shinso, Izuku mumbled as he read the name. Talking about me? Izuku quickly turned to see the purple-haired boy who gave the general ed speech. He was glaring at Izuku and quickly turned, walking away before Izuku could say anything. Well, isn't he a prickly fellow? Mei mumbled beside Izuku. Izuku shrugged as he watched Midnight take the stage again. The second round of the UA Sports Festival first-year stage is a cavalry battle with the top 42 from the qualifier. Midnight spoke excitedly. Those at the top will suffer more. Oh no, Izuku whispered. This is what it means by plus ultra. Midnight continued. Shoto Todoroki, who placed first in the qualifier, is worth 10 million points. Izuku watched as all the heads in front of him turned towards Todoroki. Glad I'm not on the receiving end of that. Now then, I will explain the rules, Midnight went on. Izuku listened to her as he read the points of each participant. Now you have 15 minutes to form your teams. Start. I have 195 points. That's a good amount right there, so I don't need to group up with people who only have a good amount of points too. I can focus on strategy. Looking over, Izuku saw Mei looking at Todoroki with stars in her eyes. He could tell she was struggling to leave him alone, or else she would have gone already. What are you waiting for, Mei-chan? Go ask to be on his team, Izuku encouraged. Really? Mei asked. Izuku nodded and watched her run over to Todoroki. Hey! First place! Let me be on your team! Izuku chuckled before looking around him. He noticed Shiozaki standing with the guy with a steel quirk and another member of 1B with a blue and white headband around his head. Walking over to them, he tapped on her shoulder. Sorry to bug you, I was just wondering if I could join your team? Izuku asked nervously. Hell yeah! Your performance in the first round was totally awesome. I'm Tetsu by the way. Tetsu offered his hand, which Izuku shook, smiling. On Izuku Midoriya, have you already decided on a rider? Izuku asked. Not quite, I'm Yosetsu Aways, by the way. Izuku nodded and began to think. Well, I'm quirkless, but I've got a lot of neat gadgets that can help. Do you mind telling me about your quirks? Izuku asked as he retrieved his notebook from seemingly nowhere. Chapter 27. This is the best setup we have to offer, Izuku said to himself as he and his team got ready at the side of the field. Izuku would be the rider with Tetsu at his front as a shield for any incoming attacks. Shiozaki was to Izuku's right and Aways to his left. Izuku had given Aways a few of his gadgets that he didn't feel too attached to and told him to use them if he wanted as a welding piece. Izuku placed the augmentation goggles over his eyes as Midnight told the teams to get ready. Their team's strategy was simple. Observe and then attack, don't go overboard and don't go for the 10 million. All they needed to do was keep the points they had and maybe get a few from the smaller teams. Man, I'm starting to get nervous, Tetsu muttered. Nerves and anxiety in the stomach is the engine roar before it soars, Shiozaki stated calmly. Izuku looked over to her to see she had her eyes closed. Tetsu, Shiozaki Aways. Izuku looked over to see the blonde from 1B was the rider for the team beside him. He seemed to be completely ignoring Izuku's presence as he continued. No hard feelings, right? Bring it, Monoma! Tetsu answered. So that's his name. Now let's get ready! Izuku turned back towards the center and looked around the field. Shoji is hiding someone in his arms. 3. That Shinso guy teamed up with Aoyama, Ojiro, and a guy from 1B. 2. Kaken and Todoroki's teams are definitely gonna have a brawl. 1. Begin! Present Mike screamed. Izuku's team made their way around the field, circling everyone in the middle. Leaning forward, Izuku began to relay information. Shoji, the 1A student with multiple arms, is hiding at least one person in his arms who probably has the headband. Izuku muttered quietly. He knew it was loud enough for his teammates, but quiet enough that no one else could hear. Shiozaki, if we get close, can you send in a strand of hair to steal it without them knowing? I will do my very best to assist the team, Shiozaki answered. Izuku nodded before continuing. Shinso, the general ed student with purple hair, his team seems to be doing what we're doing, but his teammates something isn't right there. We should avoid them at all costs. Yes, sir, Tetsu answered seriously. Anything else? Aways asked. Izuku looked around and then noticed his goggles give off a signal. Incoming from the left. Izuku turned to see a blonde girl with a green-haired boy on her back approaching. She seemed to falter when she realized we saw them. That's Kamakiri and Pony, Shiozaki offered. Kamakiri can produce large blades from anywhere on his body. Pony can shoot her horns off her head like projectiles. Last class she mentioned she can control up to 4 of them at a time. Izuku nodded, soaking up the information. Kamakiri is a bad match for Aways since he can use his blades to weld. Let's keep them on our left, or to our front. Shiozaki, if you get the chance to sneak your hair in there, do it. Right then, a blade was produced and shot forward. Tetsu hardened and got the blade easily before handing it to Aways. They had no time to think before 2 horns were shot out. Izuku reached into his utility belt to retrieve his shock pole as Shiozaki captured the horns with her hair. Izuku waited for another attack before letting off one of his own. He quickly activated the sparks on his pole before throwing it at the competition. Kamakiri caught it and was shocked, dropping it onto the floor and holding his hand in pain. Izuku watched a strand of Shiozaki's hair reach out and grab their headband and pole before ordering a retreat. The team made their way to the other side of the field. Izuku took the headband and pulled back, putting the band around his neck, as the team walked slowly. Keibakugo's team seems to be going after Monoma. He must have pissed him off. Shoji is distracted going for the 10 million. Let's get close and take their points. Watch the right, Shinso is in that direction and he seems to be racking up points. I want to keep an eye on them to see how they're doing it. Man, you really are smart. No wonder you were the support representative, Aways muttered. Actually, I was the second choice. The first is sick. Izuku responded to the compliment, a wild blush on his face. Well, your speech was awesome, man. I was starting to think everyone had forgotten what sportsmanship is, Tetsu said from the front. Izuku got distracted as he watched Shinso's team approach another. Shinso seemed to say something and the rider responded before freezing. He said something else and the rider handed his headband to Shinso before moving to the other side of the field. Whatever you do, don't answer Shinso, Izuku stated seriously. His teammates nodded and Shiozaki quickly stole the headband from Shoji's team. 1 minute remaining. We have 12 of 5 points. That should be enough to move on. Let's not get into any dash. I suddenly blocked the group's exit. Looking to the left, Izuku saw that their team got caught as Todoroki and Bakugo's team were dueling it out. Well, let's just stick to the side and watch. Man, that Bakugo guy is really angry, Awaze muttered. Izuku took the time to watch each team's strategy. On Bakugo's team, Kirishima was the front. He seemed the best possibility since Bakugo's explosions couldn't hurt him. Mina and Sero were the two sides. Sero was good for long distance and Mina for short. For Todoroki's team, he had Ida as the front. He seemed to be a speed boost, helping the team escape bad situations, though the ice on the ground made him useless at this time. Mei was one of the sides. Todoroki was wearing her jetpack and her and Momo had booster boots on their feet. Time's up! Midnight shouted. They couldn't get the 10 million. Now let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away, Present Mike said excitedly. Izuku listened intently, praying his team was one of them. In first place, Team Todoroki. Todoroki seemed content and Izuku looked over to see his childhood friend on his stomach, pounding his fist on the ground. Childish. In second place, Team Midoriya. Tetsu gave Izuku a big slap on the back and he smiled at the group. Third place, Team Bakugo. Kaken, you should be happy, Izuku said as he approached him. You made it to the next round. Shut up, Deku. And in fourth place, out of nowhere, Team Shinsu. Izuku looked over to Ojiro, who seemed confused at most. He looked at him sympathetically before looking at Shinso, who seemed content. Now we'll take an hour's break for lunch before the afternoon festivities, Present Mike continued. See ya. Izuku followed the group of students into the hallway, Mei joining him. We both made it, Mei said excitedly. I'll have to find who I'll be going up against and have them wear some of my babies. Izuku chuckled as they made it down the hall. I feel bad for whoever goes up against you. Izuku laughed as they walked. Deku! Hatsum! Izuku turned to see Uraraka catching up to them. You guys did amazing! Good job! Thanks, Uraraka. Izuku stuttered, a small blush on his cheeks. Sorry you don't get T-dash. There you are! Izuku turned at the familiar voice and gasped, a bright smile coming to his face. How's my costume designer doing? Lady Violet asked, a bright smile on her own face. Violet! You're here! Izuku said excitedly as he greeted the hero. Wouldn't miss it for the world. You did amazing, kid! Lady Violet said excitedly. Congratulations on making it to the next round. Congratulations on making the top 100 heroes in Japan, Izuku countered. Lady Violet blushed as a hand reached her shoulder. Damn right! Look at her, she's such a pro! The woman standing next to Violet said. Izuku had just realized she was there and looked up at the teal-haired woman. Oh! This is my old teacher, Ms. Joke. Ms. Joke, this is Izuku Midoriya. He's the one who designed my costume, Violet introduced. Oh, and these are my friends, Izuku said as he realized his 2 friends were still behind him. This is Hatsum, she's in my class. And this is Uraraka, she's in class 1A. You designed her costume? Uraraka asked, amazed as she looked at the hero's costume. He sure did. He did it for the island competition a couple years ago. He got 9th place at the official competition at Island. Midoriya! You should tell your friends these things, Violet scolded. Izuku blushed heavily, stuttering out a response. I'm just joking, kid. We'll let you go get lunch, but I'll be cheering for you. Thank you, Izuku said seriously. He watched the two heroes leave before continuing to follow his friends. Oh, my mom packed cookies for everyone. I'm gonna go grab them. I'll be right back. Okay, don't take too long. Mei called back as Izuku made his way towards the 1H prep room. Near the prep rooms, Izuku started to hear voices. He ignored them until one started yelling. Shoto! You will not disgrace me! Izuku looked towards the side hallway that the voices were coming from, resisting the urge to go see who it was. Use your fire! I will never use your fire! The monotone voice of Shoto Todoroki came. Wait, so that must be Endeavor. Izuku could hear Endeavor continue to criticize his son. Eventually Izuku went to grab the cookies before stomping his feet louder to make sound, going towards the hall they were conversing in. Turning into the hall, Izuku pretended to be surprised before smiling. Todoroki! Amazing job in the first 2 rounds! Izuku said excitedly, ignoring the glare the number 2 hero was sending his way. Izuku did his very best not to let the flames remind him of his own father. I was just about to head to the CAF. Want to join me? Sure. Todoroki began to follow Izuku before Endeavor's hand shot out to his shoulder. Shot. The conversation is over. I cannot win on an empty stomach. The 2 teens continued down the hall in silence. Izuku stole a couple peeks at the other. His face may be void of emotion, but the speed of his walk says something else. Izuku was doing his best to keep up with the red and white-haired boy. When they were a great distance away from the hero, the pace slowed down. Want a cookie? Izuku offered, raising the container to the other boy's face. A cookie? Todoroki answered, confused. Yeah, why you seem upset, and well, my mom said to share them with friends. Izuku muttered, unsure how else to respond. We're friends? Todoroki asked, sounding skeptical. Well, not yet. But I would like to be, if why you want to, of course. Izuku added, a small blush coming to his face. Sure, Todoroki answered, reaching down to take a cookie. What do these taste like exactly? You've never had a cookie before? Izuku gasped. I'm not allowed too many sweets. Izuku shook his head, reaching into his bag to grab the macaroons. Try it, I think you'll like it. Have you ever had a macaroon? Todoroki shook his head and Izuku smiled. Then today is your lucky day. My mom sent some of those as well. You're really in for a treat. My mom makes the best macaroons. The 2 continued on their way to the CAF, joining Mei, Uraraka and Ida at a small table in the corner of the room. Chapter 28. The brackets posted! Uraraka gasped. Izuku turned to look over to her from where he was offering some cookies to Sato and Kota. Wait, there are 2 empty spots. That would be our doing. Izuku turned to see Ojiro and Shota from Class 1B joining the large group. We decided to drop out. What? Are you insane? Why would you do that, man? I don't even remember anything that happened. Ojiro defended himself. Izuku looked down at his phone, seeing he would be up against Shinso. It doesn't sit right with me that I made it through by doing nothing. Same here. Shota added, seeming shy around the large group of new people. I want to earn my place. That is very honorable of you both. I support your decision. Ida yelled out, his hand moving in a robotic way. Turning his head to the side, Izuku noticed Ojiro approaching him. Midoriya, can I talk to Y-? It's okay, Ojiro. Izuku interrupted, raising his hands. I've seen him use his quirk. I think I know how it works. So you know not to answer him? Izuku nodded and Ojiro let out a sigh of relief. Good. Though I don't think I'll win, Izuku stated. The entire group turned to him, and a mad blush came to his face. I just mean he seemed pretty serious about making it into the hero course. And I'm not really interested in winning that much. Izuku scratched the back of his neck nervously as the group continued to stare at him. You don't plan on giving up, do you? Bakugo asked seriously, sounding angry. Of course not, Izuku answered, frowning at his friend. It would be rude not to try. I'm just saying, he's got a lot more on the line. He probably has more motivation to beat me than I do him. Everyone seemed happy with that answer as they returned to looking at the bracket and finishing their food. Shota left to join his classmates on the other side of the CAF. A few of Izuku's and Mei's classmates came by to wish them luck, including Takahashi and Abiko. Do you plan on participating in the afternoon activities, Deku? Uraraka asked as she sat down between Mei and Izuku. He turned to her, smiling. I don't know. My match is the first and I'm kind of nervous. Izuku looked down at the empty bento in front of him. I think I'll probably just watch. I'm in the same boat now. They just announced Tokoemi, and I will be the ones replacing Ojiro and Shota, Uraraka said as she looked down at the table in front of them. Congrats! You'll do amazing! A harsh blush came up on Uraraka's face. Oh! And you can have this one too! Looking past Uraraka, Izuku saw Mei giving Ida a wide variety of her support gear. Oh Ida, you poor thing. I greatly appreciate this, Hatsum-chan, Ida said seriously. Turning back to Uraraka, Izuku asked. So who are you gonna be going up against? Bakugo. It was merely a whisper and Izuku could hear the fear behind her voice. Izuku held in a sigh, thinking of a response. Keikatsuki Bakugo. Age 16. Izuku began. Uraraka looked over at him confused, and so did Ida and Mei. Quirk. Explosion. He can explode the sweat on his hands. Personality. Angry demeanor, hates losing and tends to challenge himself and others. What? Uraraka asked, still looking at him confused. Heroes go up against powerful opponents all the time, Izuku answered calmly. But that doesn't stop them. I thought maybe if we look at him as someone on a piece of paper you were preparing to capture, it may help you calm your nerves. Like a pre-raid meeting, Mei supplied. Izuku looked over to her with a smile. Exactly. Returning his gaze to Uraraka, he continued. Kaken isn't some alien monster you're going up against. He's 16 and everyone has a weakness. I'm sure you'll find it on your own, I know you can. Uraraka's blush had grown to cover her entire face at Izuku's words. Izuku decided it was best to let that sink in and change the subject back to the afternoon activities. The group cleaned up their area before leaving, making their way down to the field. Izuku was using the breathing exercise Hound Dog taught him as he waited to be called out onto the field. He decided not to use any of his gadgets this round, which Mei yelled at him for. You should be showing them off. Not hiding them, she had said, but Izuku's response was simple and honest. Shinso doesn't have a quirk that helps him in combat. I want it to be a fair fight. The response got Mei to settle down, though he knew she wished he would have taken at least one with him. The crowd started to get louder as President Mike started to announce that they were about to begin. Looking across the field, past the raised battle zone, Izuku could see Shinso in his own tunnel. I wonder if he's as nervous as I am. Our first fighter is the representative of the general education course. He has kept to his word and has been crawling his way through the competition unnoticed. It's Satoshi Shinso. The crowd cheered as Shinso made his way towards the center. Izuku also began to walk forward as President Mike continued. And our second competitor is the support course representative, who got 4th in the first round. He guided his team to 2nd place in the cavalry battle, a true crowd favorite so far. It's Izuku Midoriya. See our crowd F favorite? I'm really gonna have to rewatch this when I get home. Izuku stood 5 feet in front of Shinso, Midnight and Cementos standing to his left. Shinso was looking at him with an odd look. Izuku noticed him looking him up and down, and wondered if he was looking for a hidden gadget or two. The rules are simple. You win by pushing your opponent out of bounds, immobilizing them or making them say, I give up. Mike explained. I give up, huh? Shinso said. Izuku looked up as the boy continued. This is a fight to test your spirit. To see if you've got what it takes to get what you want. So what the hell are you doing here? Don't answer him. Let's see a good match, boys, Midnight said before signaling the beginning of the match. Izuku wasted no time and approached his opponent, trying to mimic a battle stance. You know, that monkey was going on about his pride. Izuku stopped walking, an angry look reaching his face. But don't you think he was dumb throwing his chance away? No, he was honorable. Izuku leapt forward, catching Shinso off guard. Izuku pushed him back, Shinso falling down before looking back at him furiously. Izuku let him get back up before walking towards him again, Shinso taking steps back. You aren't gonna answer me, huh? Shinso snarled. How rude. Don't rely on your quirk, Shinso. You know you can't. Come at me. The two stopped as Shinso was 2 feet away from the boundary line. Suddenly, Shinso jumped forward and landed a solid, but weak, punch on Izuku's cheek. Izuku reeled back before stabilizing himself and taking his own swing, getting Shinso on the jaw. Don't you understand what this means for me? Shinso yelled. I need to win. Then earn it. Izuku yelled back. Shinso must have been too shocked to activate his quirk since Izuku felt no change, no loss of control. A serious look appeared on Shinso's face and he leapt forward, shoving Izuku's shoulders. Izuku grabbed Shinso's hands and countered Shinso's strength. You know who didn't earn it? Shinso asked, looking deeply into Izuku's eyes. The blonde bastard who gave the hero course speech. Talk about a spoiled brat. Yo dash. Izuku's eyes glazed over as Shinso's quirk took place. He got me. Walk out of bounds, Shinso ordered. Izuku felt his body act on its own accord and watched as he walked past Shinso and out of bounds, the crowd watching in awe and confusion. Once Izuku passed the line, his control came back and he heard the crowd roar. Turning around, Izuku shot Shinso a smile and ran towards the boy. That was amazing, Izuku said before offering his hand. Good match, Shinso-kun. Shinso stared at him before hesitantly shaking his hand. Well done, boys. Now move it. We have more matches to go, Midnight said as she pushed the boys towards the one of the hallways. Izuku walked next to Shinso as they made their way towards the student section. As they entered the main hall, Izuku grabbed Shinso's arm and pulled him in a different direction. Hey! What the hell are you dash? You can't win with your quirk alone, Izuku said seriously. I'm actually pretty disappointed you hadn't realized this. I can dash. I'm quirkless, Shinso. And if that match had continued, I would have beaten you and you know it, Izuku said seriously as he looked at the boy. People with quirks like yours need help. It's not a bad thing, but you need to realize it. You're gonna help me? How? Shinso asked confused. I'm a support student, Izuku answered amused. It's my whole purpose. Honestly, I'm sad you didn't come see my class before the festival. We could have made you your own support device specifically for you. Izuku continued to guide Shinso down the hall, the boy stunned by his words. Why? Izuku looked back at the boy with a confused look and Shinso continued. Why are you being nice to me? Why are you helping me? Why wouldn't I? Izuku asked, stopping in his tracks to look at the boy more intently. The boy hadn't smiled yet, and Izuku saw deep bags under his eyes. Because. Shinso answered and Izuku stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Wow, you're really gonna make me say it. Fine. Because I have a villainous quirk, okay? Oh my god. Quirk discrimination. Damn it, Izuku. You were bullied for being quirkless and you couldn't see this. You want to be a hero, right? Izuku asked simply, the seriousness in his voice slipping through. Why yeah. Shinso answered, seeming to wonder where Izuku was going with this. Then it isn't a villain's quirk. It's yours. And you want to be a hero. Izuku began as he turned to continue down the hall. So really, it's a hero's quirk in my eyes. Izuku led Shinso to the room he knew Principal Nedzu would be watching the matches in and knocked on the door. Come in, Nedzu called back. Izuku opened the door and greeted Nedzu and Almight, in his small form, before turning to Nedzu. I would like Shinso here to use one of my creations in his upcoming match, Izuku said seriously. A smile came up on Nedzu's face and Izuku heard a small intake of breath from his right where Shinso stood. All support gear must be approved beforehand dash. It was approved, Izuku countered. You and Hound Dog both approved my gear before the festival. And I know you are letting Ida use some of Mei's stuff during their match. There should be no reason for you to refuse this. A proud smile replaced Ned's previous one as he stood from his chair. Fine, but only one and I have to be there to approve it, Nedza said as he walked up to Izuku. Izuku bent down as the mammal climbed up onto his shoulders before they both turned to Shinso. Come on. I've got some good options for you to choose from, Izuku said as he led them down to Class 1H's prep room. Once they arrived, Izuku opened the duffel bag with all of his gadgets and laid them out on the table. Is there anything you can think of that you want specifically? Do you want help with strength, agility, speed? Shinso walked up to the table taking a look around. Anything to keep my opponent from moving? Like a capture weapon? Izuku asked. Shinso nodded and Izuku picked something up off the table. This here can be used as a restraint, but you would have to get close to your opponent. I might be going up against Todoroki next, so that's a big no, Shinso said in a monotone voice. Anything I can shoot at him, or something? The only thing I have that shoots is the electric hook dot, Izuku said as he stared at the options. What about something to help you dodge? I suppose. Great! What size are your shoes? Chapter 29. It was a miracle they wore the same shoe size, but Izuku did have abnormally large feet for his height. His doctor said he was most likely to grow as tall as 180 centimeters, 5 feet 11 inches, and Izuku was praying for his growth spurt to come soon. Izuku was seated next to Takahashi in the 1H spectator section with his notebook in hand, taking notes on all of the fighters in the first round. And now, the first battle of the second round! President Mike screamed throughout the arena. Izuku looked up from his notebook in anticipation. From Class 1A, it's Shoto Todoroki! Loud cheers erupted around the stadium as Todoroki exited the tunnel. And his competitor, from Class 1C, it's Hitoshi Shinsu. The bright red shoes on Shinso's feet obviously didn't belong, and he felt the entire class turn to look at him when they noticed. Izuku looked down at the black Converse Shinso had switched with him. They were comfortable but a little bland. Ready? Set! Fight! Todoroki was quick to unleash an ice attack, but thanks to the booster's shoes Shinso dodged and smirked. Izuku could tell he was saying something to upset Todoroki because the next attack was even bigger, and Shinso was barely able to dodge. Izuku sucked in a breath when he saw a piece of ice hit Shinso's shoulder. Man! Todoroki is brutal! Takahashi hissed. Guess he is the son of Endeavor. Don't compare him to his father, Izuku said seriously. The class gave him a questioning look and Izuku sighed. I heard him speaking to his dad after the cavalry round and his dad was being really tough on him. I think he's under a lot of pressure. He's really nice when he's off the field. I didn't even think about that. Abiko gasped from his other side. He's probably got a lot more riding on this being the son of the number 2 hero. Another glacier was made and Izuku could see both Shinso and Todoroki visibly shaking. Todoroki, he's not using his flames because of his father, but his temperature is dropping. He's gonna go into hypothermia before the tournament's over. Maybe even this match. Todoroki seemed to realize this as well and finally captured Shinso in a giant piece of ice. Izuku sighed, both proud of Todoroki and sorry for Shinso. Izuku could see Shinso was frustrated as Todoroki helped him out of the ice. The two separated and Shinso walked towards his tunnel, underneath Class 1C and just next to 1H. Good job, Shinso! A student from 1C yelled. Shinso seemed surprised and looked up to his classmates. Way to represent 1C! You were amazing! Nice shoes! Shinso! Izuku yelled as he leaned over the bar. Way to go, buddy! His classmates joined and soon the entire stadium did as well. Shinso let a small smile appear on his face before he disappeared into the tunnel. Izuku took his seat before retrieving his notebook and recording his concerning notes on Todoroki. He had also started a new page for Shinso with a list of support items he could propose for the boy. Kaken, you won? Can you at least try to look nonchalant instead of angry? Izuku asked as the two walked home from the festival. He knew asking him to look happy was out of the question as the blonde fumed. They were headed to the Bakugo's where he knew there would be a cake as well as his mom's version of spicy curry, Bakugo's favorite. Bakugo was wearing a sour look, still upset about his match against Todoroki. Damn, half and half only gave 50%. The damn bastard. Bakugo sneered angrily. Izuku sighed next to him. That wasn't him trying to humiliate you, Kaken, Izuku said, trying to calm his friend. What do you mean? He was making fun of me. He thought he could win with only using half his power, Bakugo yelled, stomping ahead of Izuku. Izuku caught up with him easily before continuing. Maybe he doesn't like his fire, Izuku pointed out. I can't go out and say his father seems like an abusive ass, but I can point out the obvious. Huh? Why wouldn't he? Bakugo seemed confused, so Izuku continued. Has he ever used his fire in class? The question was simple and didn't point in any direction, allowing Bakugo to think for himself. No, he mumbled. Then maybe there is something you just don't know yet, Izuku replied. But don't go asking him. You're not the kind of person to be nice about it. Well then, who the buck will? The damn bastard was freezing his ass off, Bakugo countered angrily. Aw, you care about your classmates' health. That's so cute, Izuku teased. Bakugo let off a few threatening explosions as Izuku held back his laughter. I'm pretty sure Mr. Aizawa has already seen what's been happening. Leave it to the teachers, Kaken. They've probably dealt with things like this before. That seemed to soothe Bakugo as he quieted down and wore his normal glare instead of the one Izuku liked to compare to a goblin with rabies. The two continued to discuss some of the other students, Bakugo using terrible nicknames for all of them. The two finally reached the Bakugo house and were welcomed by Mitsuki yelling, Masaru covered in icing and Inko with her arms open wide. The two boys entered Inko's arms as silent proud tears ran down her face. Oh, my boys! I'm so proud of you both, Inko said sincerely. She released them and Bakugo made a TSK sound as he headed to the kitchen to yell at his father to clean the icing off his face. Why is he upset? Inko asked her son, who shook his head. He's upset Todoroki only used half his quirk in their battle. Inko seemed to understand and followed Bakugo to the kitchen. Katsuki! Inko called. Bakugo stopped yelling at his father to turn to her. Did you do your best out there? A nod. Did you give it your all? Another nod. Then you won, whether it was Todoroki-kun at his strongest or not. You won because you didn't hold back. You won because you cared enough to try as hard as you could to do your best. There is nothing more to it. Yeah, I'm sure if the kid did give it all he had, he would have hooped your ass, Mitsuki commented, resulting in a yelling match between mother and son. Masaru returned from the bathroom, a face clean of frosting, getting between the two so they would calm down. Izuku followed his mother and helped her set the table. Eventually the rest joined and Inko's spicy curry was served. Kaken, if you don't slow down you'll choke, Izuku said worriedly from beside him. Bakugo was stuffing his face faster than his mother, both of whom shared a love for spicy food. Niam coke, Bakugo said through a full mouth of food. Mitsuki hit him upside the head and started yelling at him to not talk with his full mouth. Lovely, aren't they? Masaru commented as the two continued to yell. Inko and Izuku laughed with him, looking at the odd mother and son relationship. When everyone was finished, Izuku and Bakugo took the role of dish duty. Bakugo washing while Izuku dried and put things away. Hurry it up, Deku! Bakugo yelled as he zoomed through the dishes. Izuku did his best, rushing to dry and move things out of the way before Bakugo added more. You're too slow, damn it! I'm average, Izuku countered. Maybe try it sometime. Hey brat! No yelling at Izuku, Mitsuki called from the living room. He's yelling back, Bakugo countered. Do I need to come in there? No ma'am, Izuku called in a sweet tone. I can handle him, auntie. If you're sure, hun, Mitsuki replied in a calm voice. Izuku heard Bakugo grumble from next to him, seeing him slow down his pace. Izuku let out a small giggle that Bakugo responded with an elbow to the ribs. When you two are done, I'll bring out the cake, Inko said as she grabbed some drinks. I think that's the last of it now, Bakugo said as he picked up a towel to help Izuku finish drying the dishes. Wonderful! I'll go get it, Inko said as she left the room. What do you think the theme is this time? Bakugo asked curiously. Izuku gave him a look. It's gonna be All Might, Izuku said confidently as if there was no room for debate. But the old man had green and black on his damn face, Bakugo tried to counter. Izuku shook his head at his friend's narrow-mindedness. Wow, you must really be tired, Izuku said as he put away the last dish. They were trying to trick us, Kaken. It's gonna be All Might. Trust me. Just then Inko entered, a bright smile on her face as she carried an All Might-themed cake with Congrats Katsuki written on top. Izuku smiled brightly and Bakugo sent him a small glare, hidden from Inko's view. Masaru and Mitsuki joined them, everyone enjoying a piece of cake. Bakugo's piece was at least twice the size of everyone else's and he had a small smirk on his face. That alone made Inko's smile brighten even more than before. While Izuku and Mitsuki had a great bond, Inko's and Katsuki's were even greater. Both had grown up with a second mother. Mitsuki always snuck Izuku extra sweets, and bought him the same All Might merch she got for Katsuki when his father had left. Inko had smothered Katsuki in affection that was sometimes hard for Mitsuki to share when she was stressed with work. It had created a great balance that was missed when their friendship was broken. Now that it was rebuilt, the bonds were even better. You know, Katsuki did great today, but you did even better in my eyes, Masaru commented when the others were distracted. He stood next to Izuku, both with a piece of cake in hand. But don't tell him that. I'd never hear the end of it. What do you mean? Izuku asked, a little shocked at the comment. Well, Masaru began, looking at Izuku with a smile. You went in there quirkless and with a lack of training. You were able to get fourth in the prelims, even against 40 Hero Course students. Then, in the next round you were the brains and eyes of your team. Don't think I couldn't see you telling them what to do through the TV. Izuku had a harsh blush on his face as his uncle continued. Why yeah, I guess I didn't do too bad, huh? Izuku said shyly. Izuku, you did wonderful, was the response. The rest of the night Izuku's smile was even brighter than anyone else's. When the time for Inko and Izuku to go home came, they said their goodbyes and made a promise to host the next one. Chapter 30. The 3 days of rest after the sports festival gave Izuku the chance to further his thoughts on Shinso's quirk and what support items would help him the most. Sadly, he felt he needed more information on the activation requirements for his quirk. Speech can activate it. Can laughter? Grumbles? What if someone whispered and he couldn't hear it? Would he still be able to activate it? Izuku's questions furthered into what Shinso can make people do. Can he make them answer any questions he asks? Can he make them do a backflip when they weren't capable of it before? How long can he keep people in his control? By the time Izuku arrived at school, he had already decided to ask Shinso these questions directly while showing him some of his support ideas. He made his way to Class 1C quickly after dropping his bag off in his own classroom. Luckily, one of Shinso's classmates was at the door when he arrived and called said boy over for him. What do you want? Shinso asked as the two stood outside the classroom. Well, I've been brainstorming for the past few days on what support items could help you, Izuku said as he opened his notebook and passed it to Shinso. I have a few questions about your quirk as well. I was hoping you could go over the items with me and maybe we can test some of my questions. Listen, I'm not even in the hero course. Shouldn't you be focusing on them before you do all this for me? Shinso asked as he looked over the pages with a mixture of shock and excitement on his face. Yet, Izuku added with a smile. After your performance, I doubt they haven't noticed you. Plus, there's been an open slot in 1A since the first day of school. Bakugo said a recommendation student turned UA down or something. Why would anyone turn down UA? Not even we know the answer. Shinso and Izuku turned in slight shock at the new voice. Mr. Aizawa approached the two, his yellow sleeping bag in hand. I'm glad I found you both at the same time. It makes things easier for me now that I don't have to say the same thing twice. Sir? Izuku asked, confused. Eraserhead, Shinso murmured quietly next to him. Izuku looked between the two. Oh. Mr. Aizawa has a quirk that doesn't help with combat like Shinso. He must look up to him. Training starts today after school. I expect both of you to meet me at Gym Gamma 20 minutes after the final bell. Wear your gym uniforms and don't be late, Aizawa said before turning around, leaving the two boys with many unanswered questions. Tea training? Izuku asked, turning to Shinso, who shrugged. I guess we'll find out later, Shinso said before handing Izuku his notebook and entering his classroom. Izuku left for his own classroom, murmuring possibilities as students gave him weird looks as he passed. The classroom was loud when he entered and he saw Mr. Higuri motion for him to join him at his desk. Izuku hesitated before approaching him. Has Aizawa found you yet? Mr. Higuri asked. He was sorting through some papers on his desk, seeming to be looking for one specifically. Yeah, he just mentioned training after school. I'm a little confused. Izuku was watching his teacher, becoming even more confused. Yes, self-defense classes. It's part of your new schedule. Here it is. Mr. Higuri pulled out a piece of paper from the pile and handed it over to Izuku. Homeroom 825 to 835. Math 840 to 930. Intro to Investigations 940 to 1030. English 1040 to 1130. Study period 1140 to 1230. Lunch 1230 to 1320. Engineering 1320 to 1410. Modern Art 1420 to 1510. Self-Defense 1530 to 1610. Who will be teaching me math and investigations? Izuku asked as he looked up from the paper. Ectoplasm will teach you math and Gran Torino will teach you investigations, Mr. Higuri said as he reorganized the papers on his desk once more. Both will be held in the conference room next to Nedzu's office. I'm pretty sure it's so he can join you from time to time. Yeah, that sounds like something he would do. Izuku smiled before returning to his desk to pack his things. You're leaving me already? Mei gasped next to him. I'll only be gone for 2 periods, Mei-chan. The rest I'll be with you, Izuku replied. Once he had everything packed again, he sat down to wait for the end of homeroom. But Aizaku-kun! Mei dragged, setting her head on the desk and pouting at him. I'm gonna be buried. You'll be fine, Mei-chan. Yeah, you still have me, Takahashi said from behind them. Mei looked at him before looking back at Izuku pleadingly. Hey! I didn't say anything, Mei defended as Izuku laughed at them. Mei turned back to Izuku to give one final glare before she smiled. Fine, you can go. What are your new classes anyway? This semester is math and intro to investigations. I also have self-defense training after school. Izuku passed the paper to Mei, who looked at it before returning it. I'm kind of excited to meet my investigations teacher. I've never heard of him, so he must be an old hero. Class, can I get your attention before homeroom ends? Mr. Higuri said at the front of the class. Izuku turned, as did everyone else, to face his teacher. Internships are coming up. I'm sure you've all heard about them, but I'll explain it anyways. Izuku leaned forward, excited to hear about what they'll be doing. UE sends their first-year students to intern for 1 week in their respective field. Hero course students will intern at a hero agency. Business students will intern at a government facility or a business that focuses on promoting heroes. Support students. Mr. Higuri paused to look around the room, making them lean forward in their seats. Will intern at a support industry. The class erupted excitedly at the idea. Mei was pretty much shaking in her seat as she looked over at Izuku with a scary look, though she probably thought it looked happy. I'm passing around a list of industries you can choose from. Each industry either specializes in a certain aspect or all aspects of the field. So choose one that will benefit you the most based on your own aspirations, Mr. Higuri said before turning to Izuku. Midoriya, your internship has already been decided by Nedzu to go with your new course plan. He'll speak to you about it sometime today. Izuku lowered himself in his chair, a little disappointed he wouldn't be choosing on his own. It's Nedzu. I'm sure he made a good choice. The bell rang and Izuku picked up his bag. His class watched him slightly confused, except for Mei, Takahashi and Abiko, so Izuku smiled slightly and waved. He made his way towards Nedzu's office, going one more door down the hall to the conference room. Opening it, he saw Ectoplasm writing down questions on the board. "Morning, Midoriya," Ectoplasm said as he turned to look at him. "I want to see where you are exactly. Come on up and give them a try." Izuku dropped his bag onto one of the chairs and picked up a marker. There were questions ranging from calculus to vectors to plain long division. It took him no longer than 20 minutes, Ectoplasm following him and erasing them when he saw that they were correct. "Wonderful job, Midoriya. I think we'll start off with calculus and go on from there. Sound good?" Ectoplasm said as he retrieved some papers from his bag. Izuku nodded and sat down with the hero. Ectoplasm was a good teacher. Izuku found it fascinating as to how much attention he was getting with learning one-on-one. Ectoplasm helped him through a new series of questions and then left him to try them for himself before returning to mark them. Izuku also found he was enjoying the new challenge it brought. By the end of the class, Izuku had already finished the homework Ectoplasm had given him, something the hero wasn't sure if it was a good thing or bad thing. "All right, Gran Torino should be here any minute," Ectoplasm said as he grabbed his bag. "It's time for me to go teach Class 1A, wish me luck." "Are they really that bad?" Izuku asked with a light smile. It wasn't the first time he had heard a teacher mention 1A like that. "Well, they've got a few kids who study too much and a few who don't study at all. There's also some interesting personalities," Ectoplasm said, trying not to name any names. "Oh, that one I know." Izuku laughed, guessing Bakugo would be one of the people Ectoplasm was thinking of. The door opened and Izuku turned to see a short elderly man in a white and yellow hero costume. The man had a black mask over his eyes and was looking around till he saw Izuku. "Ah, good you're here," the man said before entering the room. "You can go on now, Ectoplasm. I'll take it from here." "Yes, sir," Ectoplasm replied before leaving the room. Izuku turned to his new teacher, a shy smile on his face. "Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya." "I know who you are, kid," Gran responded, half his mouth rising in a small smile. "Do you know how many teachers emailed me to convince me to teach you? Heck, even Detective Tsukachi emailed me." A hard blush reached Izuku's face. "The teachers emailed him?" "I know Almight did. Nedza asked him to, and Nedza probably sent his own email as well, but who else would have?" "Why did Detective Tsukachi?" "So, you want to be what exactly?" Gran Torino asked as he leaned onto the table. "A quirk and battle analyst," Izuku answered, a small lump building up in his throat. He was more nervous than he thought he'd be. Maybe because he didn't know the man, or maybe because it was an old hero, he wasn't sure. Nedza asked me to focus on investigations with you. Do you have any prior knowledge I should know about?" Izuku shook his head. "No, I have a little bit of experience analyzing quirks and how heroes use them in battle, but nothing else that would help with detective work or anything like that." Gran seemed to think for a second before coming to some conclusion. "Well, today we'll start with what to do when you arrive at the scene of a battle or crime. Not sure how long it takes you to soak up information, but by the end of this year, I'll have you capable of everything from interrogating suspects to hacking." Gran Torino stood from his spot and walked towards the door. "But first let's go to the teacher's lounge." "To the teacher's lounge?" Izuku asked as he stood and began to follow his teacher. "What for?" "For taiyaki," the old man said excitedly, bouncing on his feet. Izuku gave him an odd look but continued to follow him to the teacher's lounge down the hall. When they finally reached the teacher's lounge, Gran swung the door open loudly, slamming it against the wall. Izuku could hear multiple gasps as the old man walked in like he owned the place, and Izuku slowly followed. "Tashinori!" Gran Torino yelled. Izuku was confused as to who Tashinori was until All Might appeared, his face covered in fear and his body slightly shaking even though he was in his muscle form. "Get us some taiyaki. Kid, come with me. We'll sit on the couch." Izuku followed his teacher, watching All Might rush to heat the taiyaki in the microwave. Midnight waved at him from her desk and he sent a small wave back, a small blush on his face, before sitting next to Gran. "What do you think is the first thing you should do when you arrive to a scene?" Gran asked as he got comfortable on the couch. Izuku lowered his head, making a thinking face before looking back at his teacher. "Well, if there's already police or heroes on the scene who are available, shouldn't you gather what information they already have? To save time?" Izuku asked, unsure. He had watched movies where heroes arrived late to the scene and that was always what they had done. "That's a good answer, but you should always take a quick look around to make sure there isn't anybody in need of your assistance. Depending how fast you were to the scene, you could have beat the paramedics and might have to give first aid," Gran answered. "Once you know everyone is safe, you start to gather information." Izuku nodded, soaking in the information. It made sense that the first concern should be people's safety. Especially since he wouldn't be a full-on detective, more like an assistant. All Might reappeared, placing the taiyaki in front of them. Gran Torino was quick to take one and start eating it. Izuku hesitated before taking one for himself, nibbling on it slowly as he looked around the room. It seemed all the teachers had their own desks. He could see one in the corner with a bright yellow sleeping bag and immediately knew it belonged to Aizawa. Midnight, Snipe, and All Might were the only ones currently in the room. All Might stood a little ways away from the couch, seeming both afraid to leave and stay. "Gran Torino?" Izuku asked quietly. "Why is All Might afraid of you?" "Because he was an awful student," Gran replied simply. Izuku was suddenly even more afraid of making mistakes. Chapter 31. Izuku understood why All Might was afraid of Gran Torino. While he never hit Izuku, Izuku had watched Gran repeatedly smack All Might on the head with a cane for answering one of his questions incorrectly. Izuku wasn't sure why All Might stayed, maybe out of fear of getting hit with a cane for doing otherwise, but he did. The three stayed in the teacher's lounge for the rest of the period. Gran Torino went over the steps one should go through when they arrive on the scene, depending on whether other people were already there or not. He had used Snipe, Midnight, and All Might to jump questions off of, All Might being the only one to get a few wrong, while also giving Izuku a few of the simpler questions. "Honestly, Toshinori!" Gran screamed at the man. "What kind of symbol of peace, #1 hero, doesn't know how far away from a burning building you should escort civilians?" All Might was now in his small form and Izuku was getting used to calling him Mr. Yagi. He realized that if he ever saw All Might in the hallways or even outside of school it would be very bad to call him by his hero name. Sorry, sir," Mr. Yagi muttered quietly. "You didn't answer my question." "A bad one, sir." "Damn right." Gran turned to Izuku and Izuku sat up straighter at his teacher's attention. "Don't follow in his footsteps, boy. He's an idiot." "Yes, sensei," Izuku replied. Gran seemed to not mind him calling him sensei. He had tried calling him by his hero name, but it made his fanboy self rise and he didn't want to burst into a mumbling mess. He considered asking for his civilian name, but he didn't want to overstep either. "Well, it's 10:27. You might as well get a head start on your way to your next class. Good job today, kid," Gran said as he stood from the couch. "I'll see you tomorrow. We'll stay in the conference room and go over how to investigate a crime scene." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." Izuku watched Gran leave before turning to watch All Might loosen in place. Though his calmness was short-lived. "Toshinori! What kind of student doesn't escort his old teacher out?" Gran yelled, his head peeking into the lounge. All Might was muscled up and rushing to escort his old teacher, apologizing profusely for his rudeness. Once the two were finally gone, Izuku shared a laugh with Midnight and Snipe, who also seemed to be holding in their amusement. "What a guy," Midnight said from her seat, still giggling. "Have fun in English, Midoriya. Don't forget we'll be drawing heroes in action later today." "Really? Are we allowed to draw their quirks this time?" Izuku asked excitedly. Midnight shook her head, a large smile on her face as she shooed him away. The bell rang as Izuku walked down the hallways. When he arrived at class, President Mike was just opening the door, a large smile on his face like always. "Hey, little listener! How were your new classes?" he asked as he let Izuku in. Ectoplasm smiled at him from where he was packing his bag and he returned it with a wave. It went really well. I think I'm gonna really like my new schedule, Izuku responded before taking his seat. Mei sent him a small smile while Present Mike started to write the 3 different versions of their. Izuku hated how there were 3 ways to spell one word depending on the meaning. But he supposed some people had the same issues when learning Japanese. When school was finally over, Izuku made his way over to the first-year boys' change room. When he arrived, he noticed Shinso already changing and joined him, making sure he was a comfortable amount of lockers away from the boy. He quickly grabbed his uniform and began trying to untie the atrocious tie around his neck. Who tied that? An 8-year-old? Shinso asked from beside him. Izuku shuddered, thinking back to how he rushed to tie it around his neck this morning. I don't know how to tie one end, yeah? Izuku said as he finally got it off his neck. Why don't you ask Dash? Shinso stopped, seeming to realize something before continuing. Why don't you ask a teacher? Izuku looked at him as he considered it. Maybe I will, Izuku said before changing. When the 2 were finished, they made their way over to Gym Gamma. It was quiet, but Shinso seemed to be comfortable in the silence, so Izuku didn't push for conversation. When they made it to the gym, they had 5 minutes to spare and Eraserhead seemed satisfied with that. Get on the mat. I'm gonna show you a basic fighting stance. By the end of this week your muscles should have it memorized, Aizawa said as he motioned to the blues mat on the floor. Izuku took off his shoes before stepping onto the mat. Shinso followed. Aizawa got into a stance and Izuku did his best to mimic it. Not quite, Aizawa said before standing and approaching the 2 boys. First he grabbed Izuku's left foot and twisted it slightly outwards. Then he made Izuku lower himself further down and moved to Shinso. He seemed to make similar adjustments before stepping back. 50 jumping jacks, then back into that same position. Go. Izuku did as told and began doing jumping jacks. As he grew tired they became sloppy, but so did Shinso's. Aizawa didn't like that and added 15 more and made sure they did them properly. Once he was done he tried to mimic the stance again. Bend your legs more, Midoriya. Shinso, you're too low. Your legs would get sore in that position, Aizawa said. He waited for them to make the adjustments, watching carefully. Good, 10 laps of the gym. Go. Shinso sighed next to Izuku, but they both made their way to start running. By the end of the session Aizawa had them do 50 push-ups, 100 jumping jacks, 20 laps of the gym and 100 lunges. Izuku was sore, very sore. But Aizawa was currently showing them how to stretch properly, and he could feel it helping his tense muscles. He was also doing better than Shinso, who seemed not to be used to working out that often. I swear my legs are gonna fall off if we have to do this again tomorrow, Shinso muttered. You'd get used to it after a while. I find that if you take a shower and gradually make the water colder as you go, it helps, Izuku replied as he stood up from the mat. He walked over to where his shoes were and put them on. You work out? Shinso asked, looking him up and down. You don't look like you work out. I do a little, Izuku said shyly. It isn't anything to make me bulk up too much like Kabukugo does. I just go for runs in the mornings and I have a few dumbbells that I use every other day. Maybe I'll have to start doing that. I'm already behind compared to the hero students, Shinso said as he tied his shoes. Don't push yourselves, Aizawa said from across the room. Going for runs in the morning is fine, but don't do anything else. You will be doing plenty here and the last thing you need is to overexert yourself. Yes, sir, the 2 boys replied. The door to the gym opened, and in walked Principal Nedzu with a smile on his face. Hello? Nedzu said as he made his way over. How did your day go, Midoriya? It went really well, Izuku replied, a light smile on his tired face. I think I'm really gonna enjoy investigations and math has been a good challenge so far. I'm glad to hear, Nedzu said before looking over at Shinso. And how do you like your pre-heroics training, Shinso? Pre-heroics? Shinso asked, sounding surprised. Izuku smiled even brighter. Yes, pre-heroics, Nedzu said, walking towards Aizawa. We thought it would be best if we helped you catch up a little bit before throwing you in, especially since you're gonna need the extra assist with your quirk type. Aizawa is the perfect person to help you, don't you think? No one replied, but Izuku knew that everyone agreed he was. Wait. Shinso admires Eraserhead. Eraserhead is now becoming his mentor. Maybe. Izuku pushed that thought aside for later, already planning something special. He watched as Nezu spoke with Aizawa, asking about their progress so far and having Aizawa try to explain there will be no telltale progress for at least a week. Shinso still seemed to be in shock as they both headed to the change room. Izuku considered waiting till he went home to shower but decided to get it over with. Shinso seemed to think the same and chose the stall next to him. Once they were finished and fully dressed, the two made their way to the school gates in the same comfortable silence as before. Aizawa and Nezu were waiting for them when they exited and Izuku couldn't help the slight confusion on his face. We need to talk to you two about the internships before you go, Aizawa said simply. Izuku grew excited to finally hear who he'd be interning with. Midoriya, I have convinced Detective Tsukachi to intern you during the day, Nezu said as he gestured to Aizawa. Shinso, we would like you to intern with Aizawa. Based on your quirk, we made the assumption that you would like to become an underground hero. I hope we were correct, if not I'm sure either Present Mic or Ectoplasm could take you on. Izuku looked over to Shinso, curious to see his reaction. He looked like Bakugo whenever he was trying not to show his excitement about a new hero figurine release. That works, I guess, Shinso responded. Wonderful! I will get everything in motion, Nezu said as he climbed up Aizawa's arm until he was nestled in his scarf. Make sure you rest your muscles tonight and eat a big dinner. Izuku watched the two re-enter the school before carrying on his way. The two boys separated before the station, so Izuku guessed Shinso lived in Mizurufu. Izuku was slightly surprised, but glad to see the station wasn't as busy as he was used to. He was able to take one of the seats near the door and watch the scenery go by on his way home. His mother was waiting for him with dinner on the table when he got there, a large smile on her face. Izuku was glad to hear Nezu had already called her to explain Izuku would be staying late, especially since it hadn't crossed Izuku's mind that his mother would have been wondering where he was. Inko seemed to pile Izuku's plate more than usual with vegetables, rice and fried chicken, reasoning that he needed the nutrients if he was gonna be exercising so much. Principal Nezu mentioned another student is training with you as well? Inko said as the two ate. Izuku looked over, excited to talk about Shinso and his quirk. Yes, Shinso. He's the one with purple hair who beat me in the sports festival. He's got a cool mind quirk and he wants to get transferred into the hero course, Izuku rambled. His mother smiled kindly at him. She was probably the only person other than Nezu who could keep up with his words. I already have some really neat support ideas for him, but I have to do some research before I'll be able to pull them off. That sounds exciting, Inko commented, putting more rice in Izuku's bowl. Why don't you invite him to come eat with us tomorrow? I'm thinking of trying to make hamburgers and fries. David sent me a recipe the other day and I think it would be exciting to try. Don't you think? Sure. I'll ask him before training and text you, Izuku responded. He liked the idea of having Shinso over. He was an interesting boy and Izuku could tell he needed a friend who knows about quirk discrimination. After he was finished with supper, Izuku helped his mother clean up before finishing the English homework Present Mic assigned. By the time 8 o'clock rolled around, Izuku was ready for bed. Usually he would stay up later to stay on some of the hero forums, but Izuku found he could barely keep his eyes open. Crawling into his bed, Izuku looked over at the Lady Violet poster above his desk as he slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 32. Mei's point of view. Either Aizu was losing his mind or he was challenging Mei for the most invention-obsessed person in 1H. Mei watched as Izuku scribbled something into his notebook, mumbling like a maniac. She wasn't the only person concerned for her friend. All of 1H was watching him as he ignored their constant staring. She had tried, though half-heartedly, to get his attention, but when she got a good look at the expression on his face, she wasn't messing with that. When Power Loader arrived, ready to apologize for being late, Mei saw him falter as well. He immediately looked to Mei with a concerned expression, and all she could do was shrug in a "your guess is as good as mine" kinda way. When homeroom was over and it was time for Izuku to leave, Mei finally tried to get her friend's attention once more. "Izuku-in," Mei said as she shoved his shoulder lightly. The boy didn't stop, continuing to mumble something about a hippo. "What does a hippo have to do with anything?" Mei finally yelled. Izuku jumped in surprise and looked at her. Mei now had a furious expression, both confusion and concern in the mix as well. "Stop mumbling about the zoo and get to class, Izu." Izuku jumped before looking at the clock. Realization dawned over him, and he started packing his things and rushed to the door. When he got there, he stopped and turned to her one more time. "I said hippocampus, by the way," Izuku informed. Mei gave him her best was that necessary look before shuing him out of the room. "What the hell is a hippocampus?" Tadahashi asked from beside her. "It sounds like a nickname for a reservation area specified for hippos." "It's the part of the brain that holds memories," Abiko informed from Mei's other side. "I only know because I did a project on the temporal lobe in middle school. He must be working on a support item or something. Well, I hope he tells me about his new baby soon," Mei added, excitement bubbling in her. Izuku's point of view. Izuku was nearly running down the hall. He hadn't meant to get so worked up when brainstorming about Shinso's quirk and how it may affect the brain. He was excited to ask the boy more about it later today, as well as planning for the boy's support items. When he finally got to class, Ectoplasm gave him a concerned look before going over the day's lesson plan. Math flew by, Izuku immediately transfixed in the new equation Ectoplasm was teaching him to use. When Gran Torino arrived, Izuku was just finishing up his homework, Ectoplasm watching him defeatedly. Izuku could tell the hero had given him extra so that Izuku could actually have homework, but Izuku wanted to invite Shinso over, so he couldn't have any homework distracting him later. "You're a stubborn one, you know that?" Ectoplasm asked as he packed his bag. Izuku gave him a guilty smile. It had always bugged his middle school teacher, but he would never put extra effort into challenging Izuku. Gran laughed before plopping down next to Izuku, who quickly handed his finished homework to Ectoplasm. Ectoplasm left, and Gran immediately began quizzing Izuku on yesterday's lesson. The hero seemed impressed at how well Izuku held the information. Izuku was happy he did, not wanting to get hit with the hero's cane. He knew that the notes he wrote during his free period probably helped. Like Gran had mentioned yesterday, the day's lesson was crime scene investigations. Gran noted how you needed to be extra careful to catch evidence of quirk use, which Izuku noted in his notebook. The hero didn't seem to mind Izuku's note-taking, he actually had a quite pleased expression. Especially when Izuku asked questions. The lesson flew by, leaving Izuku disappointed when the warning bell rang. He wanted to learn more from the retired hero, especially since the hero wasn't afraid to answer all of his questions. The rest of his classes seemed to fly by just as fast. During lunch and his study period, Izuku continued his brainstorming, Abiko having to forcefully take away his notebook for him to eat. When the bell finally rang at the end of Modern Arts, Izuku was the first one to leave the class, making his way down to Class 1A. He ran past Shinso, who was walking in the direction of the change rooms, an obvious look of mild confusion on said boy's face. Izuku ignored it and knocked dutifully on 1A's door. Aizawa opened it with the same expression Shinso had. "Hello, Aizawa-sensei." Izuku puffed out, trying to catch his breath without being too noticeable. "Kid, you're supposed to meet me at the gym," Aizawa said tiredly. Izuku began shaking his head rapidly. "I know. I needed to ask you a favor," Izuku said as he retrieved his notebook from his back. He handed it to Aizawa with his Almight pen. "Can you give me the name and number of the person who designed your capture weapon?" Aizawa looked from the paper to the pen and then to Izuku, who noticed the mild annoyance at the pen. "What are you up to?" Aizawa asked as he slowly took the notebook and used his own pen, writing a name, agency, and number. "It's a surprise," Izuku responded proudly. Aizawa gave him one more curious look before returning his notebook and sending him on his way. Izuku made his way to the change rooms fairly quickly. Shinso was still inside changing and gave Izuku a curious glance when he entered. "You were in a rush," Shinso said monotonously. Izuku flushed, sending the boy a small smile. "I had a question for one of my teachers," Izuku responded as he took the locker next to Shinso. "Bam, no lying here," he thought proudly. Shinso hummed a reply and the two finished dressing into their gym uniforms. Izuku was slightly excited for next semester when he would have his first ever real gym class. No discrimination included. When both were ready, they made their way to the gym in a similar silence to yesterday. So I actually have a quick question for you," Izuku said, looking over to the purple-haired boy. Shinso gave him a slight glance, waiting for him to continue. "Did you want to join me and my mother for supper tonight?" Shinso stopped walking, surprise showing on his face as he looked over to Izuku. "Huh?" Shinso asked stupidly, his surprise still showing on his face. "Well, I told my mom about our training and she said she wanted to meet you," Izuku continued, nervousness slightly taking him over. "Did I insult him? Was I rude? Is he mad? What have I done?" You told her about my quirk, right?" Shinso asked hesitantly. Izuku quickly looked up, realization dawning on him. "Shinso, my mother is really nice. I promise. And she's the last person on earth who would judge someone on something so stupid as a quirk," Izuku said seriously, slightly regretting it when the boy flinched. "Look, you don't have to be afraid of me, Shinso. I understand. I know what it's like to be discriminated." "Why you do?" Shinso asked almost skeptically. "Shinso, I'm quirkless," Izuku replied in a dull tone. Shinso flinched once more, realization taking over his face this time. "Oh, right. Sorry." Shinso apologized. Izuku brushed it off. One thing he was getting used to at UA was people forgetting he was quirkless. Especially his classmates. Everyone in Class 1H had minor or hidden quirks, so it wasn't that much of a big deal to them. "It's okay," Izuku said, showing Shinso a bright smile. "So, dinner?" Shinso hesitated before nodding slowly. Izuku's smile grew even brighter, and he almost thought he saw the boy squint. "Great! I'll text my mom." Izuku took out his phone, quickly sending his mother a text before looking back up at the purple-haired boy in front of him. "Oh, and Shinso?" Izuku said, waiting for the boy to return his gaze. When he did, Izuku continued. "If you ever need someone to talk to, about quirk discrimination or bullying or anything else, I'm here." Izuku could see it in Shinso's eyes. See the relief and comfort the offer gave him. Izuku wasn't sure if Shinso would take the offer up with him or not, but he was glad he at least said something to the boy. "You're late." The monotonous voice of Aizawa came from behind Izuku, and he almost jumped out of his skin. Heart racing, Izuku turned around to see his teacher with the same, expressionless look on his face. "Get to the gym." Aizawa didn't have to say it twice. Izuku and Shinso rushed past their teacher to the gym. They immediately followed his orders and began doing a similar routine as yesterday. There was a lot more running and push-ups compared to the day prior, Shinso and Izuku both favoring a different one. Izuku noticed Shinso was better with his upper strength compared to Izuku's muscled lower body. Aizawa noticed this as well and made Izuku do 50 extra push-ups while Shinso ran 5 more laps around the gym. "I think I'm dying," Shinso huffed from beside Izuku. The boy was sprawled out on the floor in an awkward position that Izuku has no idea how he got into. Izuku was seated against the fall, his arms limp beside. "I think you're over-exaggerating a little, Shinso," Izuku replied. "But I do think 50 more push-ups and my arms would have fallen off." Shinso barked a quick laugh as Aizawa watched the two of them from the bench. "Both of you should head to the showers. Don't need your parents calling the school asking where you are," Aizawa said as he gathered the water bottles. The two boys slowly lifted themselves off the ground, Shinso shamelessly leaning on Izuku as they walked back to the change room to shower. "So what do you think your mom's making for dinner?" Shinso asked as the two got dressed. "She mentioned trying to make homemade hamburgers. I'm kind of excited," Izuku replied. The last time I had a burger was when I was actually in America," Shinso noted. I hope you've got pickles. They're so good with pickles. Izuku blinked as he stared at the boy. Oh my god! He's talking. We're friends now. Right? I think we do, Izuku said excitedly. It's really cool that you've visited America before. Shinso blushed slightly, a small tinge of red that Izuku couldn't help but notice. Yeah, my aunt and uncle took me and my cousin to Disney World. It's really cool cause they're allowed to use quirks for entertainment over there, Shinso said as he pulled out his phone. He passed it to Izuku, showing a picture with 4 people. One was Shinso, who had purple Mickey ears on his head and a cho in hand. He looked like he was around 8 or 9 in the photo. Next to him was a small girl with dark blue hair. She looked around 5 and was pulling Shinso's sleeve as she pointed to something off camera. Behind them was obviously his aunt and uncle. His aunt had purple hair like Shinso while her husband had light blue hair. Wow, that's really cool that they took you, Izuku said as he handed the phone back to him. Shinso blinked at him, slight confusion on his face before it faded away. Oh, not really. I live with them, Shinso replied. He looked both happy and sad at that. Do I push? Oh, Izuku said, either pushing or not pushing. Shinso seemed to think for a second before replying. Yeah, they raised me. Izuku could tell that was all he wanted to say, so he nodded before leading the boy out of the change room. It must be nice to have your little cousin around. I always wanted a younger sibling. Heck, I don't even have any cousins. Izuku spoke as the two made their way down the hall. He could tell Shinso was getting tired of talking, so he decided to do most of it for him. Izuku told him about the island competition, Melissa and Samuel, his mother, his internship. By the time they arrived at his apartment building, Shinso knew more about Izuku than his own classmates. The boy never complained about Izuku's ramblings, though. Izuku glanced at the boy from time to time to make sure he wasn't getting annoyed with him. Maybe it's not silence that he likes, but just not having to talk? So, Izuku said as he turned to the boy as they arrived at his front door. You ready?
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.